Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. If there were any concerns about the Lions' offense from Week 1, they certainly did their best to disprove that with a Week 2 victory over the Bears, 52-21. A huge day for Jared Goff as he threw for 334 yards and 5 touchdowns. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, each rushing in one as well. It was also a big game for the defense with a handful of forced turnovers and a good showing out of Aiden Hutchinson. He tallied his first sack of the season, but he still holds himself to high standards. The next challenge for the Lions will be the bright lights of Monday Night Football next week against the Ravens. It was also a bounce-back week for the Wolverines football team as they defeated Central Michigan 63-3. That win ranking Michigan 21st in the country. Meanwhile, the Spartans remain unranked following a 41-24 victory over Youngstown State. And finally, the Tigers have an off day after a 2-0 shutout win over Miami yesterday. That win salvaging the final game of the series. With a 6.5-game lead over Cleveland and a magic number to clinch at 7, Detroit has a huge 3-game series with the Guardians beginning tomorrow at Comerica Park. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
And good morning, 97.1. That's more like it. Welcome in on a Victory Monday. It feels so good to say it. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Dustin Fiocco on the updates, and a nice long highlight montage as the Lions put a 50 burger up on Ben Johnson.
Yep. Nice long montage. Everything you said. Plus today we get the locker room speech by Dan Campbell, which we have so welcome and so much come to enjoy. It just was a thing of beauty yesterday. Absolutely beautiful.
It's only fitting that a week ago we came in and said, boy, that was terrible. What was the worst part? That we flipped the script this morning. John, what was the best part? Because you have no shortage of things to pull from, and I imagine over the course of 4 hours, TJ Lang will join us for the last one, that will hit all of it, but where do you want to start?
So I'll start with where my eyes always go, and a huge question mark. And not everything, when we say this, not every single problem is solved. It wasn't a perfect game. Just like last week, it's never as bad. When you watch the film this week, it's never as good. But the offensive line, no sacks, and they rushed for over 177 yards. That to me was more of what we expect. And here's what they have to do. It is taken with a grain of salt because it's at home. What did we say? Communication would be much easier at home. didn't appear that there were more missed assignments, or at least not ones that were glaringly visible. There's still going to be some. You got young players in there. Even vets are going to, mess up every once in a while. But we'll get a chance to see what they learned from that first trip to Green Bay, and then following it next week with a trip on Monday night to Baltimore. We'll talk about that the rest of the week. But I thought the offensive line, especially not necessarily that first drive. I know that there were some successful runs, but when they got to the end of the first quarter, second quarter, certainly in the third, you started to see some of those double teams. You started to see more push. You just saw an offensive line that felt like it was gelling, and they were passing off games in the passing attack. Still a little bit of pressure. They gave up no sacks, but there were still some pressures, and that's going to happen every once in a while. But I thought Jared Goff handled it well. But the best thing for me, the most beautiful thing for me, was the way that offensive line played.
The best part of that game is that it reinforced whose offense this is. I think there was some fear after week 1, and with him in the building in week 2, it could have been an easy storyline of, well, Ben Johnson stole all the good plays.
No.
And the truth is,
John Morton's offense.
Dan Campbell's offense, John.
But he's not the coordinator. He's not the one calling plays. What are you talking about?
But what I really liked, and it's funny, you go to the offensive line, it's where it all starts. Jared Goff is the headline, but you don't get that Goff game unless you protect him. He was sacked 0 times. He had 5 touchdowns and 5 incompletions. Think about it. You have as many touchdowns as incomplete passes.
Yep.
And that's what this football team's got to be. They worked backwards to get the run game going. They started with hard play action. And listen to Dan Campbell a little bit before the game. That's what he said. He goes, we've got to get the run game going at some point. But if they're going to stack the box, or if they're going to run commit, we're not going to be stubborn about it. And I think that's what a great offense is they're balanced. They threw, they ran, they did whatever they needed to do, but they got where they needed a little backwards. They started throwing, and then it softened the run game up, but they were able to get where they wanted all game long and drop 50 points.
And in that same, I don't know if it was the same answer that he was giving. It might have been another one. I was listening in pregame as well because I was on the way to pick up Jack from practice, and he said, thinking about Dennis Allen's defense, there's a lot of man. First down, second down, third down. They will sprinkle in some zone, and when they do, we've got to be able to hit it. The second pass for J-Mo, zone coverage, and all of a sudden he's coming across the middle, and there's no one there, and they had him covered by a linebacker. That, to me, is a great example of how smart, or at least how experienced, Jared Goff is. To be able to recognize it, and that's the thing about that at that level in the NFL, it always comes down to 1 or 2 mistakes. Now, there's more in this game for the Bears, and there's more big plays for the Lions, but you've got to capitalize on some of those quote-unquote mistakes. And if you're going to gamble defensively, bring some guys, and if you're going to be in man, okay, well, hey, do we have the fastest guy on somebody else? Okay, let's see if we can take a shot downfield. They did in a zone. Like, if you've got a linebacker that's carrying him across the middle, he can't stay with J-Mo. You have to have a quarterback that recognizes it after the snap, because they did a great job of disguising some of their coverages. Once he recognizes it, you could almost see it on his face. Like, he knew exactly where he was going to go with the ball and that it was going to be a big play.
Their offense fired on all cylinders, right? Both backs get in the end zone. St. Brown gets in the end zone. J-Mo gets in the end zone. They threw it to a tight end in the end zone this time, Brock Wright. Everybody ate on this offense. I mean, you score 52 points, of course, everybody's going to get involved, but it just shows they're a balanced offense. They can take what the defense gives them. That was a throwback game. That was a game from 2023 and 2024. That was a game, you could have told me Ben Johnson was still calling the plays, which I think is a huge relief to people who were panicking after week 1.
Well, and it's here's where you think, okay, well, this is the creativity is still there when you hand the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown in the backfield. Like we didn't see that last year. We saw it 2 years ago, and we thought, they're gonna use him in a lot of different ways. I like seeing wrinkles like that. Now, you're not going to hand the ball to Amon. He's not going to be a part of the running backs group.
No.
But every once in a while, here you go.
Second drive of the game, they had the big pass play to St. Brown down to the 1, and then Montgomery finished it. If people go back and look on that long play to St. Brown, great job by Graham Glasgow and Tate Ratledge sharing and shedding in the pass pro.
Yeah. Hand it off twist.
Yes. And then the very next play, they're at the goal line, and those two get a nice push up front. And again, you're not trying to create 4 yards at the goal line, but they got a whole 1.5 yards, which is all David Montgomery needed to get in the end zone. It was just back-to-back plays of interior offensive line play looking so much better in both pass and run. Then you're up, 14-7. The other play in the first half to me was right before the end of the half, where the Bears are walking into the locker room thinking, we got away with one, only to have time put back on the clock.
Yeah.
And the Lions go up 2 touchdowns. And from there, they did not look back. It got ugly.
It did, and I know everybody was looking for ways to jump on Ben Johnson, but for him to send his guys to the locker room, which is kind of a great move.
Yeah, he goes, hey, the refs told me end of half.
Yeah, hey, go to the locker room. But then to have to bring your guys back out, and then they show it on the big screen where everybody is saying, hey, come on back.
Apparently, Jahmyr Gibbs was like miming like a lasso and trying to reel them in tug-of-war style. Look, the Lions had a great day. They got after it. We've hit the offense, but there's a lot that we haven't even talked about. Both safeties force turnovers. Mm-hmm. They had 4 stops, including a couple on downs as a team. Aiden Hutchinson gets his first sack. Marcus Davenport, while he was healthy, recorded a sack in the game. They had 4 from that front.
And Isaac Tesla, I think he just is of the belief that he only needs one hand.
We got to ask Dan if he's allowed to use 2. Yeah. Because he's going to be even more dangerous once he starts using both hands.
So last week, I didn't see it this morning, when they did, the top 10, he was number 1 with that touchdown against Green Bay. Now, it kind of was a little bit overshadowed by the fact that they stunk in that game. I wonder if he's number 1 2 weeks in a row. Because that was an unbelievable catch.
I think last week's might have been better.
Well, because it was a touchdown.
Yeah, and I think that's what he said after the game. He goes, it's hard to compare him, but the one that's a touchdown, I'm always going to put ahead. Mm-hmm. A couple ticket texts, then we'll get to the phone calls
today. And it was
today.
his first.
And yeah.
Never forget that one.
Ticket texters. Guys, we scored 52, and I walked away thinking we could have had 60. Yep. It says, these young guys got to see what it looks like when you play to the standard. That's huge to see how much better we've gotten in just a couple weeks' time, and we're going to find out even more when they head to Baltimore. Mm-hmm. Great example of why not to overreact, guys. All the talking heads overreacted, with the exception of the one guy who actually played sports.
Well, you get a chance to get better.
What am I being accused of overreacting? Is that what that ticket text is saying?
I mean, you have
Did I cancel the season?
You have an entire segment
that's fair
dedicated to it. So
we'll do that at 7:02. And how about this one? The best part: Underwood for Heisman. The bad, Davenport hurt again. By the way, we're not going to spend any time on Michigan today because the Lions win, but I'm just really proud of you guys saving all your good plays for your toughest non-con opponent. Really good stuff.
I kind of figured you were going to say that, and no, you know what? Yeah, thank you. I don't really feel like I need to comment too much on that. It's just, hey, when it's not there, go ahead and run it, which he did.
Or they learned from the mistakes of holding the playbook back, which Biff Poggi admitted to in the postgame.
He sure did. And he called him
Batman. I know. I can't wait to interview him later today. I am going to ask him what his favorite superhero is.
It's a natural follow-up. All right, guys, best part of the Lions win. It's a much-needed flip of the script from last week. It's 97-1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all these great moments in Detroit sports is Stadium Swim. It's located at the Circuit Resort and Casino. It's Detroit in Vegas. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circuit Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
One big party at Ford Field on Sunday. We got open lines early today. Good morning, 97-1. Lions flipped the script. Everything that went wrong in week 1, they cleaned up a lot and won convincingly in week 2. We asked you for the best part of that. Best part of that performance, 248-539-9797. And last week there was a lot of bad. This week there was no shortage of good. You can highlight Jared Goff, but it starts giving him time. You could highlight the offensive line. You could highlight the ground game. You could highlight individual players on that offense. All of them seemingly had good days. Defensively, they force a fumble, a pick, a couple turnover on downs, 4 sacks.
Yep.
And they didn't let Chicago mount a comeback. The big drive before the end of the half, Tesla's one-handed catch. And then in the second half, they just went downhill. Like, John, after Caleb Williams' interception, Detroit scored on the next 6 possessions of the game.
I know. And on that play, too, watching it going, because we all wanted Hutch to get his first sack before he had gotten one. And I thought for sure that was the one. And I'm sitting there going, how do you not? I'm screaming at the TV, Hutch, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden he throws an interception. I'm like, hey, nice job. Great pressure. Throw interception.
But that's Caleb Williams in a nutshell. That play.
Yeah.
Okay? Because he avoids the sack.
Because of his great ability.
And then his brain just shuts down and he throws it into no man's land.
Because of his inability.
Right. And he's always played off script. If you watched him at USC, he won the Heisman Trophy. A lot of what he did was the play would break down and he would razzle-dazzle. And it's a lot of backyard football.
In college, you can get away with that.
Yeah, and if you're Mahomes, you can in the NFL. But there's only one Patrick Mahomes, and it's not something Caleb Williams is going to get away with very often in this league. So what happens is he's going to have to unlearn a lot of those bad habits. And he's not there right now, and the Lions took advantage of it.
No, they certainly did, and it was just beautiful to watch him be under duress, for the Lions to be able to get those 4 sacks, for both fronts, offensive and defensive lines, to play much better. Now, they still gave up over 100 yards on the ground, but they were pretty consistent up front by being able to defeat double teams, or at least stand blockers up so that your playmakers, which are Brian Branch, Jack Campbell, Alex Anzalone, make some plays.
Text says, don't get too high, people. The real test is next week. The Lions players know that.
No question.
TD celebration with the fake fumble was the best thing I've ever seen that had to hurt Ben so bad. Well, it wasn't on a touchdown. It was after that interception, right? Kirby Joseph then ran into the end zone and recreated stumble bum.
Yeah. Beautiful.
You can't tell me it wasn't personal. Let's get to Q in Detroit. Q, what's up?
Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing? This is a great Monday.
It is. Much better than last Monday, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And honestly, I never really felt worried, even when we lost to the Packers. And then seeing that game against Commanders, I know we shouldn't say, oh, the Packers really that good, but they are really that good. You know, that defense is good. But when I look at that game against the Packers last week, we got in the red zone 4 times. It wasn't like we couldn't move the ball. We just couldn't punch it in. So, you know, when you look at the way the Lions played against the Bears, it was like a boxer tune-up fight getting ready for a heavyweight fight next week against the Ravens. And we got a knockout in our tune-up fight, so we got to be ready for this big-time heavyweight fight against the Ravens, because it's going to be a big one.
You're right. It's on the road. It's Monday night.
Go in there and win.
Big stage. Well, you certainly feel a lot better about it today than you did, 24 hours ago.
Yeah. I mean, to follow along with his analogy, you feel like you got a puncher's chance.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, but yeah. That's what a game like that will do. Now, there's still a lot of work, and this one was at home. We know all of the advantages of being at home. You've got to find a way to go on the road and get a win. And if there's anything that carries over from last year, they were really good on the road last year, but it wasn't in environments like Baltimore, Kansas City. I know the Cincinnati game seems a little bit different now, and maybe the Kansas City game does to some. It doesn't to me. It's still Mahomes, and I'm the one that always says, Goff doesn't lose to Mahomes, but that one is always going to be tough.
The Chiefs are one of the overreact gyms this week. We'll get to that. 7:02. First, Heather with the news.
Well, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Wow.
Whoa, you're coming in.
What is happening?
Loud.
Loud. Yeah.
That's different.
That's all right.
You're good now.
Yeah, get after
Okay.
it. Let's go.
Maybe I just No, there's
You're
something
projecting.
different.
You're projecting well this morning.
Okay. Well, anyway, good morning. There were so many celebrities in the house for the Lions game. I mean, tons of them. I saw Eminem, Barry Sanders, Simone Biles
Jimmy
was there,
Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon was
Robert
there,
Porcher.
Keegan-Michael Key was there. There was a ton of people there, and you said the one I'm about to highlight. Jimmy Fallon was in the house, and he was actually there because he's shooting an on-the-road special taping of The Tonight Show. It actually marked the show's first ever visit to Detroit, which is pretty cool. And the episode, which is going to air tonight, I guess, is filled with a whole lot of Detroit flavor. So you're going to want to check it out. There's mentions of Verner's and Coney Dogs. There's Jared Goff chants. There's jokes about Eminem's Mom Spaghetti. There's nods to Motown. There's appearance by the Detroit Pistons dancers, a cameo from Aiden Hutchinson. It sounds like it's going to be a great time. And Fallon did give a shout out to a lot of the local restaurants that he stopped at.
Wait. A Detroit Lion Hutch was able to do something, and they still won? Oh my goodness. Really?
Yeah, it's true.
Huh. Wonder if Dan was filming another commercial last week.
Boy.
Anyway, Keegan-Michael Key is a guest on the show, along with Cade Cunningham, rapper Common. Obviously, we saw them both at the game. They were there together. Just pretty cool to see so many people in the house. It's going to be cool to see Detroit highlighted on this show as well. So check it out. The next time you head to Detroit Metro Airport, you're going to be able to play some games in a new gaming lounge.
Oh.
There's actually 2 new gaming lounges, and you can play Xbox, PlayStation, you can play PC or like retro games as you wait for your flight. So there's 2 new lounges in the McNamara terminal. They're going to be open every day from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. They have ready-to-play games. There's Mario Kart, Fortnite, things like that.
Miss Pac-Man?
I don't have a list, but it sounds like maybe, yeah, those retro games will be there. You do have the option to log into personal accounts and continue to play games that were started elsewhere as well. Now, it's not free. You do have to pay for this. So the lounge costs $17.99 for up to 30 minutes.
That's expensive.
Yep, $27.99 for an hour.
Yeah, but
or
some people can't be without their
$45.
games.
But some of these things you could just play on your phone.
Right.
But anyway, $45.99 for a day pass. And then there will be food and drink available as well.
That you can purchase?
That you can purchase. Yes, it's not provided.
Okay, when does this open up?
Soon, right?
Very soon.
Yeah.
I don't have an exact date, but it's
Story to
sounds
follow.
like maybe now.
Gamers that missed their flights
Oh, God.
because they were gaming.
Yes, but then they can continue gaming and maybe
Yeah, just
Get their money's worth.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Office Depot has fired a worker at one of its Michigan locations after a staff refused to print posters of Charlie Kirk for a vigil. Now, Office Depot said that it is deeply concerned by the unfortunate customer experience. They say it took place at a store in Portage. And this moment was actually captured on video, has since gone viral, generated more than 4 million views. A person recording the video can be heard telling a group of employees at the store that they came into the store earlier in the evening to pick up an order for posters to be used at a vigil. And then a woman who did identify herself as one of the store managers said, "I'm sorry, we're not able to print this for you." Her response was said, "Yeah, so we don't print propaganda." And then she just said, "I'm sorry, we don't print that here." The video goes back and forth with audio there. It has, like I said, gone viral online.
It's ridiculous.
Office Depot did release more statements saying that the behavior displayed by our associate is completely unacceptable and insensitive, violates our company policies, and does not reflect the values we uphold at Office Depot. They did apologize to that person as well. That staff member no longer works at that store. I'm guessing is no longer going to be employed by any Office Depot. If you weren't watching sports last night, the Emmys were also on. The host, Nate Bargatze, also hyped this plan, if you didn't hear, about a plan to keep acceptance speeches shorter. So every winner was supposed to have 45 seconds. That's like what you get, right?
Yeah.
But of course, celebrities always go over that 45-second mark. So his plan was he donated $100,000 to the Boys and Girls Club, but then he said he would take away $1,000 for every second that the winner went over. And then he would add $1,000 for every second that the winner left on the table, right? So the plan was to like create this huge.
Did it work?
No, completely didn't work. Completely backfired. In the end, it was actually negative. The donation mark
so
was
they
negative.
stole from the children's club.
They
is
did.
What they did.
However, CBS did decide to donate $100,000, and then Nate chipped in $250,000. So the
all
Boys
good.
and Girls Club got a lot of money, but the plan didn't work.
I think it's a fun stunt. Nate,
it was fun.
Nate's going to be in Detroit.
Oh, cool.
Next August, and we have tickets today to give away later in the show, so be
Fun.
listening for your chance to win them.
A year from now, next August?
Yes.
Wow. Make your plans now.
He's in demand. It's going to be at Little Caesars. Anyway, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Lions fans, best part of that win, 97-1. All right, I tell you about KG Law because if you find yourself in a car accident, you need to call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializes in car accidents only, and Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So don't settle. He's not going to settle from the first offer the insurance company floats out there. He's going to fight for you. If you or a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law right now. That's 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. Lawrence KG will fight for you. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's right, Dan Miller. Lions from the jump, pouring it on. 50 burger, put up 52 points, matched the season high from a year ago. Best part? Looked like last year's offense. Explosive, balanced, ready to pile it on. And they did it against Ben Johnson.
Yeah. And it was supposed to be one of those things where, hey, Ben knows all the strengths and weaknesses of this offense. How are you going to stop it? He's going to be in there with Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen should know what Dan Campbell's going to be running, and it didn't matter.
No. And look, they started out with play action, and then they worked backwards. They got the ground game going, ran for almost 200 yards, 6 yards a carry, and it was Montgomery in the end zone. It's Gibbs in the end zone. Jared Goff throws 5 touchdowns, sacked 0 times. I mean, it's everything we needed. Right after a week 1 loss where everything felt like it went wrong, this was a week where everything went right. And we've asked you guys to pick out, not the worst, that was a week ago, pick out the best.
Yep.
Let's get to Mike in Washington. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Victory Monday, of course.
Happy Victory Monday.
I was at the game. I'm a season ticket holder. The best part, I'd say a couple of my 2 points here is I think the best part is we looked like our old self. Yes, we did what we were supposed to do. Next week is obviously a lot different team, a lot different players. I think the best part was early in the morning when we were tailgating. We had 6 TV buses roll down Lafayette and Randolph with the good old R.I.P. Charlie Kirk on their sign, and I think that was very respectful for the city of Detroit. And along with all the Bears fans around me, they were all joining in on the F. Ben Johnson chant. I thought that was pretty cool.
The Bears fans were joining in?
Yep. I had a bunch of Bears fans around me, and they were, from the beginning of the game, they had no confidence. They were saying, we pretty much came here knowing that we were going to lose, yada, yada, yada.
They were right.
And at the end of the game, I had about 6 Bear fans cheering with me, F. Ben Johnson, on that Woodward Sports.
Yeah, I mean, what I would tell you is you get these chants that carried out into the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, Lions fans were fired up to see not only their team win, but it was a little bit of the energy from that first playoff win where it was like, hey, we don't need Matthew Stafford.
Right.
There was a lot of this, we don't need Ben Johnson. And they didn't. Like, John, I thought that crystallized the point that really you have led, which is this is Dan Campbell's offense. When Ben Johnson left, clearly you don't want to lose continuity, and I think he's a sharp guy, but this was Dan Campbell's offense. He took the principles from Sean Payton. He implemented them here, at one point called the plays, but the identity of this football team and the identity of the offense was crafted by Dan Campbell. And in week 1, they didn't get any explosive plays. They didn't win up front, but this was the reassurance that it's still Dan Campbell's offense.
I think it's also the reassurance that we've watched Dan Campbell learn how to be a head coach, where he hires Anthony Lynn. Things are going well, so he takes over the play calling. And then the following year, he hands it off to Ben Johnson, but it's with the guidance of this is what I expect. This is how I expect you to call the game. And it's not you have to call this play, this down a distance, on this spot of the field, on this hash. It's just making sure that the rhythm of the offense is to his philosophy.
Yes.
And I think instead of waiting throughout an entire season to make a change, he didn't want to make a change, but I think he probably inserted himself into some of those game plan meetings that he's always been a part of, but maybe he just said, okay, here's what didn't go well. Here's how I see it. Here's what I would like to see against Chicago and moving forward.
What did you think of the F. Ben Johnson chants? They bother you? You think that was classless? You have no issue with it? You think it's part of sports?
It's part of sports. I wouldn't join in. It's not part of what I think it's. I'm not going to get all over those that were doing it.
I think it's fun. I think at the end of the
sure
day,
you do.
I boo children.
You boo kids. So,
yeah.
Of course you think it's fun.
But to me,
I figured I would see at the front of that section, you standing there with the sign, 1, 2, 3.
But I don't think it's like that serious. Like, it's all through the lens of sports. No, I don't wish like personal harm to Ben Johnson, but through the lens of we're competing with you. F that guy. We want to blow him out. We want to humiliate him, and we want to have our best day at his expense. That's sports.
Yeah, it rubs me wrong.
I know.
And so it's
You're a classier individual than I am. I mean, I'm not at all surprised at our difference on this. Marcus and East Point, best part of that game.
Oh, man, there was so many. I think my favorite parts were the energy from the team as a whole, which looked completely different than last week. I mean, just from the very beginning, I know being at home makes a big difference. The looks on Ben Johnson's face every time Caleb Williams did something unquarterback-like for his guys. And he almost looked like he was ready to give up already. I mean, it's surprising. And the other thing, I don't know if you guys know about this, but the ticket prices were through the roof until the Bears lost bad last week, and they just fell off. I was surprised at that. I couldn't even sell my tickets yesterday. I ended up giving them to my niece. It was a surprise. But I'm gonna. You guys made us go through how many games we think we win. I'm gonna go up to 13 now. I only see us losing to Ravens, Philly, the Green Bay game, and one other random game. I think we're going to handle Kansas City and Washington. With
Cincinnati. Yeah, like it's amazing.
Cincinnati's cooked already.
Yeah, well, Burrow's probably not playing in that game if you read the reports. Toe injury could be months.
He might be out till Christmas.
Yeah. Now, Marcus, you're right. I mean, it's amazing what a win will do. It'll put the wind in your sail.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't know that they're winning all of these games and winning 13 games. This was one I thought they'd win, and they did win. But how they won, I think, was the significance.
Right, and it all goes to the futile task that it is of when the schedule comes out and we go win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. Like, we have no idea what injuries or what teams are going to look like because Cincinnati, even last week against the Cleveland Browns, 17-16 win. Like, they didn't look good offensively.
Even with Burrow.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden Joe Burrow's out. And I know the game on Monday night looks as tough as it did originally. But the trip to Kansas City, like, there's just a lot of things that you learn as the season begins. And what we learned last week with the Detroit Lions, we didn't like. But now, after 2 games, you don't write off a season after 1 game. You don't write off players or coaches. You get a chance to go back out there and see, and this is one thing that we have, and I think there's a lot of people that forgot. We tried to mention it last week. Dan Campbell does not lose games back-to-back.
Well, that's one of the ticket texts we got. Lions keep their streak of not losing 2 in a row. This team is the real definition of grit, signed Q. Other highlights from the game. How about Tyleek Big Paul Williams? Not with 1, but 2 swats. Good to see a rookie getting in and making an impact. Speaking of guys making an impact, the Tesla catch.
Yeah.
That was people's best part of that Lions game. Another ticket text says, wait, Davenport got hurt? That's a shocker.
It's breaking news sounder.
It's good we won't need anybody opposite of Hutch, signed Steve. Manuel and Howell, best of the Lions game.
It was great. I loved it. They played a great game, but my best part was when Golf tried to do the Lambeau leap.
Yeah.
They had to shove him into the crowd.
Oh, I know. The fans were trying to pull him up, and the other players were trying to push him up as well. My favorite part of that, and I don't know, were you at the game?
No, I was not. I was watching it on TV.
Okay.
I got to rewind it and keep on laughing at it.
The kids that were in that section, I showed Heather this picture this morning. There was kind of one, like, as he was trying to get up there, and another one. The boy, the son of the family that was there, his face, his laughter was unbelievable. The daughter, you could see severe concern on her face as to whether or not Jared Goff was going to land in her lap, if he was going to make it up. It just was, that picture right there was why you take kids to football games.
It was hilarious. Yes, I got to agree with you 100%. It was funny.
He turned into like an 85-year-old man once he got into the stands, just like limp.
Yeah. I mean, they're if Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, anybody else has a good sense of humor, at some point for the next home game, they're going to put a step stool over there.
That's funny.
Well, just a little tip, like put a step stool over there, something where he could, maybe a little ladder, we call it the Goff ladder.
Let him climb into the stands. A couple more ticket texts. I mentioned this one. The best part was the one-handed catch by Tesla and seeing Ben Johnson fired up and upset as they had to come back out as they tried to go in for the half. The tides turned. Lions came out in the second half on a tear to win the game. That signed Tater. We do have a ticket texter who is upset at the Ben Johnson chants. Says how the Lions fans treated Ben Johnson was horrible, and it was embarrassing. I'll unpack that as the show moves along. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. That's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly. Yeah, he didn't get any help from the 10-year-old or the 8-year-old.
From the two little kids that were so excited and also a little scared, I think.
Jared Goff going into the stands after the Lions
Oh, boy.
score yet another touchdown. It was St. Brown's third of the day. They put up 52 points in Ben Johnson's return. Whose offense is it really? We got a bunch of ticket texts. The best part of that game. Sure beats last week where we were talking about all the things that went wrong. This was a week that you needed as a fan, as a team. They needed to win this game. And the way they won the game gave you a bunch of things to react to. And some people have highlighted the leap.
Yeah, they got the top 10 on now, and Isaac Tisla this week has fallen all the way to 5 with this catch. Simply because it wasn't a touchdown.
But unlike the first week, this happened at a critical juncture. This gave him a chance to go up 2 scores at the half and demoralize the Bears who thought they had got off the field.
Right, yes. It was that opportunity to, hey, wait a second. No. I did catch that one-handed. Feet, elbow, inbounds, slid out of bounds. Clock stops. Now, it almost became,
Killed him.
Well, it almost became one of those Lions lore where if they had stopped the clock like they were supposed to, they would have had 14 or 15 seconds on the clock. Instead, they don't stop it, and then there's a 10-second runoff. So now they've only got 6 seconds to score. But that's all they needed.
Could you imagine if there weren't 10 seconds left, it would have ended the half regardless. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Hutch blowing a kiss to the crowd was my highlight.
After his sack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My favorite part was when Goff tried to jump into the wall. It was amazing to see live. Yeah, if you were there.
He did that. He jumped into the wall. He just didn't jump over the wall.
Best part was the leap zone signed Laura. Yeah, people loved that.
Or if the Lions have a sense of humor, they'll come out and there'll be a little cutout for Goff. Oh. Like that would be, I think, even better than somebody putting a step stool over there.
I just think the worst part was, he doesn't have ups. He's not some great athlete, but laying limp. Like just a stone figure.
Yes. They have pills for that.
John. How about this ticket text? The best part was when we went for it on that 4th down to run up the score. Ryan and Howell.
Yeah. There's so many things when you watch that game. It was fun from start to finish.
Did you hear that Ben Johnson was asked about running up the score after the game?
Yes.
By our very own Jeff Rieger?
Yes. It's shocking that he would be over there asking him questions instead of talking to Dan Campbell.
I will say this. Rieger normally agitates his listeners. It's fun to have him agitate the other coach.
Yes.
Greg, if we could play that for people, Jeff Rieger riling up and going at Ben Johnson a little bit.
Great answers by Ben Johnson.
They were.
And I heard this last night, and as soon as I heard the voice, I'm like, oh, okay, he's just simply there to troll him.
These are fair questions.
They are fair questions. It sounds different. If there had been any other reporter that had asked him these questions, everyone else is like, yeah, fair questions. Coming from Rieger, you're like, oh, he only went over there to ask these 2 questions and troll him.
That's one of the big storylines. Ben Johnson's back. Rieger's all over that story. Yeah. And you do want to know, does Ben feel like they were rubbing it in? He said, no, that's what they do. Is it demoralizing? Well, look, giving up 52 points in your return to Detroit and losing handily doesn't feel good.
I'm fine. No, everything's fine.
I'm totally fine. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the phones. Brad in Waterford. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hey, John, that was a hell of a nuke by Ellie, man. Saw it on X.
Thanks, man.
He's a beast, man. Oh, boy. Hey, my favorite part was, Davenport going down. We all knew that. But I thought Muhammad played pretty darn well in his replace. I mean, he drops those hips, and he can really, also set an edge. So hopefully if he keeps coming on like that, I'm not going to say that he's the answer, but I'm going to say that he really could help out that line.
Well, I mean, Brad, Al-Quadin Muhammad, that's what he did last year too. He came in and he can play technically sound. I just wish that there was a chance for him, or he had another gear. Does that make sense?
Oh, it's total sense. I mean, you can tell that, he's kind of parochial in that gear, but I'm telling you, his technique, at least, it can enhance what Hush does. I mean, there is sort of an answer there. I would like to see an upgrade. There's no doubt about it. Davenport played well, but we know he's a China doll. So I'm just hoping that he can improve upon what he did, because boy, just imagine if he could really give them a legitimate player over on that other side. They could be real dangerous.
Yep, that'd be a nice boost.
Absolutely. Some more ticket texters. The best part of the game was Rieger putting on a masterclass trolling performance post-game.
Yeah.
Ticket texter says the best part of that game, I loved seeing them run up the score. Ben Johnson seems lost as a head coach, never liked the hire, and it's already showing, signed a Bears fan. Oh, they're turning on him.
You know what? I've got some family that lives in the Chicagoland area, and they kind of said that a little bit leading into the season, and I know that is the sentiment after 2 games. Is he is not being well accepted with his personality and tough guy demeanor.
I would be alarmed if I was a Bears fan at how they came out in the second half. It seems like they let the play and all the confusion at the end of the half affect them. And what transpired during halftime, what was said, was the right thing said to the team to get them, hey, we got to get past this. We got a bad break. Mm-hmm. Instead, was there pouting?
Was there chairs being thrown?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we might find out at some point, but who knows?
Tim in Rochester. Tim, good morning.
Hey, guys.
We got you.
There we go. Hey, it was funny, that whole sequence to end the first half, going back to the F. Ben Johnson chants. I mean, at first, I was, kind of, not my style. Can't say it's the classiest, but it's not going to totally upset me. However, when I saw the Bears sideline, trying to all go to the locker room and then having to see the officials send them back, that's when I was like, all right, you can turn those chants back on for the entirety of the second half at this point. That to me. And then that game felt more like a Tennessee and Jacksonville last year.
Yep.
Where it was just like fourth quarter, all right, it's like watching my 3-year-old, touch something he shouldn't be playing with. We have really nice things. Let's make sure they get put away safely and move on to next week.
Yeah, get nobody hurt at the end of that football game. Kick your feet up. You took care of business. You won the game going away.
Halftime, my phone was blowing up because of those that were in the stadium. I had asked a couple of people, hey, let me know what the reception for Ben Johnson is. Let me know some moments that happened. And my phone was blowing up because of the whole him sending his team to the locker room and then everybody having to come back out just to let the Detroit Lions score another touchdown on him. It's awesome.
Perfect. Chef's kiss. All right, we got Overreact Jim's coming up next. The football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. John's a fan. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight and protect the empire he has built. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Everything was clicking for the Lions yesterday as they defeated the Bears 52-21. Detroit tallying over 500 yards on offense, but the defense just as effective. The Lions forcing multiple turnovers, one of them coming off of a Kirby Joseph interception. The Ravens welcome Detroit into Baltimore next week for Monday Night Football. After each team picked up wins on Saturday, Michigan and Michigan State both hit the road for Big Ten matchups this weekend. Michigan playing in Nebraska while MSU faces 25th-ranked USC. And the Tigers with an off day today following yesterday's shutout win over Miami. The Tigers have a magic number of 7 to clinch the division and remain 6.5 games up on Cleveland. They begin their series with the Guardians tomorrow at Comerica Park. Finally, in golf, we approach the Ryder Cup. Scotty Scheffler picking up a win in the Procore Championship yesterday. He does so after shooting 19 under. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Look, we'll get back to the phones. Lions fans feeling good today. It's a Victory Monday, but we have our Overreact gyms, college and pros, and we'll start in college. Do me. Okay, then. Notre Dame's season is done. They are not making the playoff, even if they win out and go 10-2. They don't have a conference title game guarantee, and the only notable power opponent left is USC.
I'm not going to say, I think this is a little bit of an overreaction, only because I don't know that there is a college football powerhouse this year. There's going to be a lot of losses throughout the course of the season. Georgia could have lost to Tennessee. Tennessee may run the table. I don't think so, but I don't know that there's a powerhouse. So I'm not going to say that they're done. It's going to be extremely hard, but a 10-2 Notre Dame team probably finds a way in.
Yeah, I think this is a major overreaction. I agree exactly what John just said. 10-2 gets them in. I've heard a lot of people say a 10-2 Michigan is in the playoff always. The power brands will almost always make the playoff with just 2 losses.
Speaking of Georgia, the Bulldogs are going to win the SEC. They went into Tennessee, took the Vols' best shot. Gunnar Stockton grew up, came alive, and won that football game. They'll host Bama and Texas. They'll be in the SEC title, and they'll win it.
So it's actually interesting that they host. Their next game is hosting Bama. And what do we make of Bama? I don't really know. They obviously took care of business against Wisconsin, but doesn't really mean a lot. Auburn is a little bit of a surprise. It one's at Auburn. So, I'm not going to say that they are the SEC champs. It's way too early. There's way too much more college football. And again, there's no dominant team.
This is not an overreaction because I've got Georgia versus Ohio State in the national championship game, and I just think it's a foregone conclusion already. The problem with Georgia right now is surprisingly the defense.
Yeah.
I like the odds of Kirby Smart fixing Georgia's defense throughout the season. They will win the SEC.
In addition to being a creep, he's a moron. This is Luke Fickell's last year in Madison. Buyout's going to be $25 million. I know it's a lot, but you have to make a decision. What kind of program do you want to be? Do you want to go further down the drain? He's a 500 coach with no identity. They have 5 ranked games remaining on the schedule. They will fire him this season.
I think for...
What's the hesitation?
Well, the hesitation is he's shown he can win. Now, it's been a long time. He's been in Madison long enough, and I think that if they were going to do it, they should have done it as soon as he said, yeah, we're going to go with an air raid offense. Like, okay, that's a fireable offense. This is the first year of their new offense. They lost their quarterback just like they did last year in the opening game. I wouldn't be surprised, but I think it's an overreaction, and I think it is simply because of the buyout. $25 million, like Doug has said from 10-2, that's $25 million worth of players.
Yeah, I think this is an overreaction right now. I totally see where you're at. I just think it's premature a year early. Like, I think he's going to get a 4th year. His contract's through 2031. You know, he was a great hire, allegedly, by them at the time. They do have Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, and Illinois on their schedule. It could get ugly. 7-5, 6-6 still.
That's what I'm saying. The Texas Longhorns won't win double-digit games. From preseason number 1 to at least 3 losses this year. I know they won this weekend, but Arch Manning, 9 straight incomplete passes, booed by the home crowd. He finished 11-25 for 114 yards. He might be hurt. He might not be very good. Either way, Texas will lose at least 2 more games. They play at Florida, at Georgia, and they have rivals Oklahoma and Texas A&M who have looked good.
And don't forget about that Vandy game. I don't know that Vandy is a team that beats them, but if you're not going to get really good quarterback play, then you're opening yourself up to. They've already got one loss. They only have to lose 2 more for this to be true. I don't necessarily think this is an overreaction right now.
Yeah, I don't think this is an overreaction either. Like you said with Florida, they got Oklahoma. I mean, I don't know how they would beat Oklahoma and Georgia right now. So therefore, that's 9-3. Now, can it happen? They can beat Oklahoma, of course, but I got to see Arch do it on the road before I believe that they're still going to be maybe even a playoff team.
It's the proper thickness and length. The Colts will win the AFC South. Daniel Jones throwing for 300 yards, leading the game-winning drive. The division's wide open, and they're off to a 2-0 start.
I need to see the Houston Texans play again.
Tonight?
Yeah. And, I mean, we get the beautiful 2 Monday night games, which I think is awesome. One that starts at 7 o'clock, the other one at 10. So
I don't like it.
I know you don't, but
I like the one-game stage.
I like
more football. Carroll and Harbaugh's at 10 o'clock at night.
I get more football, so stop it. I think this is an overreaction at this point. I don't think Houston is going to be that bad. I'm not really sure what to make of Jacksonville. I think they're going to get better, so this is an overreaction at this point.
Yeah, overreaction for now. I see where you're going. They have the best point differential in the NFL at 26 plus 26. The other reasoning to say this could be true is that they did against Denver's defense. Yeah. Denver's supposed to have a good defense. But yeah, I'm with John. I want to see the Texans tonight because I think the Texans could have a potentially great defense.
Do you believe? Spiciest one. The Kansas City Chiefs will miss the playoffs. Look, the odds suggest it. 88% of the time you start 0-2, you don't make the postseason. And let's really look under the hood here. They're going to play the Ravens and Lions before Rashee Rice comes back. Mahomes can't be their leading rusher if they're going to be a playoff team, and they've generated little to no offense while generating little to none on the turnover front. They're just not very good right now.
Well, and I mean, we talk about the Lions schedule being tough. Obviously, playing at the Giants doesn't really scare anyone, but they do have the Ravens, obviously with the Lions, Commanders, Bills on the road, the Broncos defense. I'm going to say this is an overreaction at this point because I'm not going to throw Patrick Mahomes under the bus just yet. But remember, in my playoff thing, I had him as a wild card team and losing in the first round. So I think they make it. I just don't think that this is a very good Chiefs team.
Too soon. Overreaction for now because of what's actually going on in the division. Like, I think I might have answered this differently if the Broncos would have won yesterday. But the Broncos are supposed to be the stiffest competition for them. Now,
well, maybe the Chargers.
It might be, and this comes down to Justin Herbert, really, who I got to see more him and before I trust him. Look, this is the makings of potentially like 10-7 winning that division. I'm not going to rule out the Chiefs in that scenario.
It says Mew. Bijan Robinson is the best back in the National Football League. He was amazing from the jump last night. He had almost 200 total yards in that matchup against the Vikings. And even in that game, they played Saquon Barkley saying Bijan's next.
Yeah.
Next is now.
I don't think this is an overreaction. I think he does have that potential this year to be the best back in the NFL because he can catch the ball. That's one of the great things about him coming out of college was his ability to catch the ball. We talked about that along with Jahmyr Gibbs, but I look at this going, yeah, you know what? They lost the top, what is now the top center in the NFL. He's in Chicago, no longer in Atlanta, yet he hasn't missed a beat being able to rush the football.
I hope so. He's on my fantasy team. But for now, it's an overreaction. He had 24 yards last week. I mean, we go from 1 week, 24 yards, where we never consider this in a ever he's saying that to this week. This is the prime example of an overreaction right now. He's definitely a top 5. But Henry and Saquon, if we're doing right now, this isn't about the future and who you want on your roster long term. This is just the right now. I would still pick Saquon or Henry to be my running back to win a game.
Grit. Jared Goff made Ben Johnson. If we're going to spin it the other way when Goff's struggling, we get to spin it this way when he dazzles like that. 5 touchdowns, 5 incompletions. How's Ben Johnson's offense look with the more dangerous quarterback?
I think it's an overreaction only because you have the wrong name there. I think it's Dan Campbell made Ben Johnson.
Yeah, overreaction. I can 100% agree with John's take.
There you have it. Those are your overreact gyms. Week 2 in the NFL. It's 97-1. Replacing a roof isn't something you look forward to. It's going to be expensive. It's a big investment, and it's why choosing the right company matters. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, which means your investment is protected for as long as you own the home and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating. Nobody earns that. You do that by doing quality work. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So, if your roof's aging, I know you don't want to hear it. If it's leaking, I'm right. And even if you just want that peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
We all know in sports when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Lions fans returned to Eastern Market to tailgate on Sunday, and they were met with more security, more traffic control, some new rules, and less crowds. So the changes, of course, come after last year's tailgate shooting that left 2 men dead. I mean, we all remember that story. So Detroit police say heightened security will be a new reality at the tailgates this season. They did note that there were 20 more officers at the tailgate on Sunday. There's also new regulations like requiring wristbands for individuals who are parking their car inside Eastern Market. That's new. That's in place to tighten control of the crowd entering the space. They also say tailgating security is expected to get stronger throughout the season. And fans that were in attendance said, yeah, we did notice that there were less people, but they said the vibe was still the same. People were still there to celebrate, and that it didn't change the vibe of the tailgate. So people felt good, felt safe, and had a lot of fun. Tonight, Detroit will be featured or highlighted on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. You're going to want to check it out. So Fallon was in Detroit over the weekend for a special on-the-road taping of his show, and he taped a live episode at the Detroit Opera House, and his guests included Keegan-Michael Key, Cade Cunningham, rapper Common, and then there was also a surprise appearance from Aiden Hutchinson as well, and it was really all centered on Detroit.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool. So the Detroit-centric episode will be on tonight at 11:30. They were also at the game. You might have. There were so many celebrities.
Waving a flag.
That were,
after
there
it.
were so many celebrities at the Lions game as well. So lots of fun. The Emmys were last night, and history was made when 15-year-old Owen Cooper became the youngest ever male Emmy winner in an acting category to win, which is pretty cool. So he was in Adolescence. Did you watch that? It was on Netflix. That also, good show. Good.
Like a series?
Yeah, it's a limited series. So he was named the best supporting actor in the limited series for his portrayal of this boy who is accused of murdering a classmate in Adolescence. Worth the watch. During his speech, he did say, I think tonight proves if you listen and you focus and you step out of your comfort zone, you can achieve anything in life. So some good advice from a young guy. He broke the record previously held by Scott Jacoby, who was 16 when he won in 1973 for that certain summer. So he set a record. Pretty cool. Other big winners, The Studio won Best Comedy Series. The Pit, Best Drama Series. Adolescence won Best Limited Series. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert did win Best Variety Talk Series, despite being canceled by CBS, which aired the Emmys.
Awkward.
So, yeah, right? A little bit there. So lots of big winners. You can check out the list online if you didn't watch. Let's see. A Michigan teacher has been placed on administrative leave over something they shared on social media about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This story, I feel like I'm on repeat because it just keeps happening to whether you're an employee at Office Depot or you're a teacher, or it doesn't really matter. You're a host of a show. People are getting fired for
insensitive comments
on social media. And according to the officials, this is with Vassar Public Schools that's in like Michigan's Thumb region. The online post, they did not name the teacher, raised concerns in the community. School officials didn't detail the teacher or the post, but they did say the incident is under investigation. They're determining what the next steps are for this particular teacher. A man in Pennsylvania will no longer be able to bring his emotional support alligator
Oh.
to Walmart.
Why not?
Oh, well, because safety concerns, right, for other shoppers. But this man, 60-year-old,
How's he going to shop?
Well, he's not at Walmart.
Wow.
He's going to have to go somewhere else.
He needs the support.
He does. So 60-year-old Wesley Silva and his alligator have been banned from entering Walmart despite previously shopping there together for years, he says. So there is a photo that I saw on social media that got my attention. He's holding this alligator.
It's not on a leash.
And it's dressed in a ssweater with like a harness.
People
it's
that
fabulous.
dress their pets crack me up.
And so that went viral. You could see him also pushing this alligator in the cart. He puts him in the cart and walks around, and somebody got a little concerned, expressed their concerns, and then Walmart did say, hey, we do support, bonds that people share with their animals. Like, that's great. We want you to have those bonds, but we don't want you to shop here unless you have like a recognized service animal, which an alligator is not. So he's no longer to be there. He's got a lot of other animals maybe he could take, but I highly doubt it. He's got another alligator. He has snakes. He's got a kimono dragon. He also has 5 children and several dogs. So he could...
Oh, he could bring a kid with him.
He could bring an emotional support kid if he needed to go shopping at Walmart. Maybe that would help.
Dad, I'm here for you.
I'm here. So some people have grown so dependent on ChatGPT or something
AI,
like that,
all that
AI,
stuff.
that they can no longer write emails or even make decisions on their own. So according to a new survey, 73% of people who use AI chatbots say they're dependent on AI. 25% say they now struggle to write emails without it.
So just close your eyes and just think about having a conversation with someone and then put it in written form.
Why
They can't. They've turned their brains off.
It's bizarre.
Do they know why they're writing the email in the first place? Like, clearly,
Yes.
Who
why?
are you addressing? What is the purpose of this email?
So-and-so. I need this, and this. Sincerely, your name. Like, it's so easy. But it's really the younger people who have become more addicted. 78% of Gen Z, 75% of millennial users say they feel dependent, compared to only 67% of Gen X, which is still super high, and 59% of boomers.
Have you guys ever used AI to respond to an email?
I have never.
No.
I haven't. Honestly, I wouldn't even know how to do it.
I don't write that many emails, and most of them are straightforward. Like, I know why I'm writing the person an email, and I write that out in words.
Email drives me nuts.
A full-length email, no, but the suggested sounds good. Okay, I've done that maybe less than 5 times.
Are you saying like autofill? Because that's different.
No, not autofill. You know how you get an email and like it's like John's.
And then there's like 3 options at the bottom that says,
okay.
sounds good, okay. You just click on it and then hit send.
I've done that less than 5 times.
Okay.
You
I've
can
seen
kind
it
of do
there.
that with text messages,
Yeah,
too. It
texting's
like
starting
gives
to do
you
that.
like
Yeah.
options.
I don't know. It kind of drives me
don't
nuts
like it.
when I see that on the email because I'm like, well, I'm just going to type sounds good and not be told to use it.
I'm with you, John.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do want to respond like that way to like when John has a topic of like, oh, the Lions looked terrible last night. Okay, sounds good.
Right.
Way
Yes,
off
as
key
a
and out of
troll.
tone.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, that's Heather with the news. We're going to get back into Lions talk today. It is a Victory Monday, a much needed Victory Monday, and we'll get the phone calls in and your ticket text. Last week we said what was the worst. This week we want to know what was the best. A complete 180. This was good for the soul, good for the team, good for the city. Dan Campbell back in the locker room with his victory speeches. Glad we get to play that today. Let's give that to the people. John, we're back. Victory Mondays.
No, we get the Dan Campbell speech. It's fun. It's so much fun. And to hear the joy, the excitement, but also the recognition of we still got more work to do. Mm-hmm. It's only week 2, right? We all know that there's more work to do, but the big challenge of Baltimore.
Right. Just like the season wasn't canceled when they lost to Green Bay, they also haven't accomplished anything after beating the Chicago Bears. It's just, at least emotionally, it was needed, right? And we've talked about must win, can't lose. Campbell challenged his guys. He said, we will win. And they didn't respond a little bit. They responded emphatically. They responded with a game that was a throwback to a year ago. Ben Johnson, who? This offense is going to be just fine. It's going to look the same as the way it always has. It's going to look that way because it's Dan Campbell's offense. I think that point was driven home yesterday with that performance.
It was, and okay, we know all the disclaimers, right? Last week it was just one game, blah, blah, blah. This week it was the Bears, blah, blah, blah. This was like chicken soup for the Detroit Lions football soul. It just felt good. It warmed your heart. It made you believe in everything that is good with the Detroit Lions. And now you're prepared to go on to bigger tasks.
Pages of responses today on the best part of that game. 50 burger, 5 touchdowns, no turnovers, no sacks. Defense forces multiple turnovers, stuffs Ben Johnson on a 4th down, 2 4th downs they got stops. You got Stumble Bum being, mimicked and made fun of in the end zone. You have Jared Goff's leap, if we're going to call that a leap. You have so many great moments from that game. You have F. Ben Johnson chants, which have become divisive, but there's no shortage of things to feel good about. So we'll collect them as the show goes.
Every time Ben Johnson went for it on 4th down, every Detroit Lions fan, when he didn't come up with the successful conversion, was sitting there going, "You're not Dan Campbell. You're not Dan Campbell.
You're not."
And it had nothing to do with it, but it was just the fact that he was going for a 4th down conversion and didn't complete. Especially, I think the most satisfying one was the QB sneak.
Oh yeah, back to back, they try to go Caleb Williams for a yard, just not tough enough, Ben. Calvin, St. Clair Shores. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I just got to say this: the Lions fans are the most fickle fans in America.
Oh, come on.
That loss, I know, John, I'm serious. That loss to Green Bay, it was a lot of callers that called in and was ready to write the Lions off, and it was just one game. That game yesterday showed the NFL that the Lions is here for the future. That's all I'm going to say, buddy.
Okay, Calvin, I see where you're coming from. However, I think the reaction that we had last Monday from fans was warranted. And then as the week went on, people started to, become a little bit more sane. That's what we do as fans. We overreact on Monday, and then we get through the week. We watch the film. We talk about it. We work our way through all of the stages of sorrow, of a loss. And then you get a chance to go back out there knowing that it was only 1 week. But let's not gloss over the fact that Green Bay is a really good team. They look good against Detroit. They look good against Washington, and it's going to take a lot to overcome and to catch the Green Bay Packers.
And that's your Dallas. So we play Green Bay Thanksgiving Day, right?
Yes, we do.
So if we beat them Thanksgiving Day, what would be the analysis of that then?
Well, it would even up the tiebreaker in the division.
Sure, but it depends what the records are for the two respective teams at that time.
Yeah, I mean,
their schedule is not the Lions' schedule.
No.
And you look at it, and our schedule, maybe it doesn't look as tough as it did at the beginning of the season. Maybe theirs looks a little bit more daunting. I don't know. I'm not going to look at their schedule. I don't really care.
Victory Monday. You're not fickle. It's okay to be upset 1 week ago. It's great, and you should be excited after that performance yesterday. It's 97-1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% profit boost token tonight on either game of your choosing. And maybe you want to build a parlay. It's the Bucks at Texans and the Chargers at Raiders. Here's an example. Emeka Egbuka, anytime touchdown. Lad McConkey, over receptions. Justin Herbert, over passing yards. Choose from that or others that are pre-built for you, or hell, make up your own. So make FanDuel your go-to app for every and any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration at max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That familiar sound, Dan Miller's highlights on a Victory Monday. That familiar feeling as the Lions offense was unstoppable, dropping 50 points against Ben Johnson's Bears. John, it was everything they weren't the week before. They had no issues being a balanced, explosive offense, running for 6 yards a pop, throwing the ball all over the yard. Jared Goff throws for 5 touchdowns, only had 5 incomplete passes, sacked 0 times. That goes back to your guys up front, the offensive line.
Well, they did a great job of dictating the tempo of the game. And then when you get a chance to get after Caleb Williams, which happened more in the second half than it did in the first half, props to Calvin Shepard for making some adjustments, which he did against Green Bay. We talked about their adjustments in the second half. He eventually is going to throw you the ball, which he did. And he's just ineffective. He may be more ineffective than a lot of other quarterbacks. I'd have to look at, what his numbers are under duress, and you could look at any quarterback, and their numbers are going to drop under duress. At 19 to 30, 207 yards, you're looking at it going, that's not too bad. But there were so many throws that he was trying to make that, those 11 incompletions were not good. And there was some drops as well. It's not all on him.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Just what the doctor ordered. John, you put it well. Mm-hmm. Chicken noodle soup for the football soul. Mm-hmm. Paul in Grand Rapids, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How's it going, Paul?
Good, all right. So I was that emotional moron that called in last week. I owe you guys an apology. Calling for everybody's job.
You're fine. Oh, wait, you were the guy that called for people to be fired?
Yeah, I was like, fire Campbell, fire Holmes. I was just upset. I think it was a little bit of a Lion PTSD kicking in. Everything yesterday looked like the Lions team of old. So I'm going to get to what I thought yesterday. And then, John, if you will, I do want to pick your brain on Michigan a little bit, if that's okay.
You bet.
I'd rather you don't.
So the first thing is the offense looked just as good as it did last year. That was awesome. And defensively, they seemed like they made some adjustments. They got to the quarterback more than I thought they would, and game on. I mean, I think this team is just as good as they were last year, and they got a big test in Baltimore coming up. But I feel 10 times better about it, as should every Lions fan.
Yeah, I mean, what happened on Sunday, it is going to make you feel a lot better. Now, the challenge is, obviously, Green Bay is better than Chicago. So you got to find a way to play better against a good team. You also have to find a way to solve the communication issues when you're on the road. That's going to be the biggest challenge going to Baltimore.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And, John, I do want to pick your brain on Michigan, like I said. So, First of all, obviously Underwood is awesome. Do you think now they're going to let him, quote unquote, cook? And what do you think their ceiling is, this season? And how do you think they match up against Nebraska? And do you think they can actually go out and win that game on the road?
Oh, I certainly think they can go out there and win that game on the road. Now it's going to be a matter. It's very similar to what we're talking about with the Lions. They go to Oklahoma, a ruckus environment, and communication, execution wasn't there. Now, having learned more through 3 games than they had through 1 going to Oklahoma, I do think that they're going to put more on the plate of Bryce Underwood. A lot of his successful runs weren't called quarterback runs. They were pocket broke down, and he just goes and makes a play. So I think there's going to be a combination of, we're going to allow him more in the passing game with the confidence that if it breaks down, he could still make something happen. Where he's going to have to take the next step. That interception he threw was a terrible pass. It was a terrible decision, terrible pass. There was Channing Goodwin was wide open underneath. Would have been a conversion for a first down. That's where you got to make sure as a young player, I understand he wants to make a play and the juices were flowing. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and throw this. I can do no wrong. Well, you did. But it goes back to what I talked about last week, the risk versus reward. There is a risk that he's going to have a play like that. The reward greatly outweighs those risks because what did we learn about him? Oh, hey, he can make people miss. He is a good athlete. You can use him as a weapon in the run game, and he's also a natural passer. Like, he has a great arm. The best thing he did, I thought, was the touchdown pass to Samaj Morgan.
Yes.
where
second score of the game, right?
Yes, and you look, the tight end Marshall, that pass that he had to him in the the Oklahoma game. If he had put a little bit of touch on it and thrown it in a different direction, drawing him more towards the middle field, might have been a completion. Where now all of a sudden, hey, he's under pressure. Left tackle Evan Link has given up a little bit of pressure. He throws that ball out and just lets his receiver run underneath it, go make a play. That's where I thought we saw the best growth.
Yeah, I mean, Biff, after the game, interim head coach said, we shouldn't be holding this guy back. Learn the lesson from Oklahoma. Let him cut it loose.
Yep.
And there are risks. Like, look what Florida did with DJ Lagway. He's in his second year, and they let him air it out against LSU. And he threw 5 interceptions, and it was ugly. And he arguably cost them that game. But I think they will go down swinging with their guy time after time because the talent's there, and you need these reps to unlock that next gear. And that's what Michigan's going to find out when they go on the road to Nebraska next week.
Yep.
1.5 favorites. See if they can make the adjustment. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Best part of that Lions win. Says, guys, I'm going to enjoy today as much as I hated last Monday. Today's even better when you curb stomped your ex-OC who took a division rival job and then started chirping. Maybe Campbell and Goff made Ben Johnson after all. Mark in Grand Rapids. Text says, I enjoyed the game Sunday, but I don't understand the Ben Johnson vitriol and hate. He helped make this team relevant for the first time in a long time. He did something that any other coordinator would do, turn into a head coach. He didn't spurn us. He got a promotion. I don't get the hate.
Okay, well, you're much more logical than most other football fans.
Fans are ready for those chants.
Yeah.
F. Ben Johnson. We'll talk about that. Fair or foul. Goff didn't like it. We'll do it at 8 o'clock. Texter says the best thing from the game, the universe confirming the double-digit disco is back on the table. Maybe believe the signs. Tom in Flat Rock.
Well, they're off this week.
They're off this week, so don't expect a double-digit win in Baltimore. But I think the disco is an option moving forward, John. If we're going to have an offense that looks like that on a given week.
Only you.
Boogie Wonderland. All right. We'll get more of your phone calls, 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life and my personal financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. There's a lot of I, me, my in there. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. It's where they live and they work, and we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
No shortage of good stuff. Needed to see it.
A sigh of relief, breath of fresh air, whatever analogy you want to use. It did feel good.
180 from the show we did a week ago, where we were asking you, what was the worst of a really bad day? Now we get the chance to ask you, what was the best of a really great day? Again, they scored 50 points. Stick it to Ben Johnson. To me, the best part was you were able to drive home and drill the point that this is Dan Campbell's offense, because it looked just like last year. It was balanced. It was explosive. They didn't start the game dominant on the ground. They worked backwards. Hard play action, explosives down the field, and then grinding them down, running for 6 yards a carry for almost 200 yards. Jared Goff had 5 incomplete passes, sacked 0 times, and it goes all the way back to the offensive line. John, I don't know if you've done like a deeper dive, and I know we'll have TJ coming in at 9 o'clock. Why did the line look that much better one week to the next, specifically the middle 3?
I use this analogy all the time, and I know you've quoted me on it. Elephants on parade. You all have to be operating at the same level, doing the same thing. Now, you can have different talent levels. Obviously, they do. They've got Tate Ratledge playing next to Penei Sewell, right? Different levels. But you've got to be on the same page. And we heard Taylor Decker talk about it on the, coming out, third down, all of a sudden, unblocked player at the point of attack. Well, what happened? 2 guys are going one way, 3 guys are going another. That's what happens up front when you don't have 5 guys that are on the same page. And now all of a sudden you turn it 1 week and it is, and I'm going to put most of it on playing at home, where you actually have that verbal communication. And you need a lot of that when you have young players. It's communicate, over-communicate, and then communicate some more so that everybody is doing the right thing. They're all seeing the same thing. And Jared Goff gets to the line of scrimmage right. We know that he's got the brain power to redirect protection, change the play at the line of scrimmage, but it takes processing time for those young players. All of a sudden, it's not, hey, with Ragnow and Zeitler, Goff says something and boom, I know what I'm doing right away. Now all of a sudden, you get to the line of scrimmage, and with Mahogany and Ratledge, and also with Glasgow playing a different position, now he could process quicker, but it's all of a sudden, hey, make the call and then set hut. You've got to process that quickly. I think that they processed quicker, they communicated better, and that was the biggest advantage that they had. And I mean, pad level, we know those guys can do it. We saw Mahogany do it twice last year. They can do it, but they're going to have to ramp up their development to be able to do it on the road.
Yeah, I haven't done like a rewatch or a deeper dive, but I did try to make a point of watching a little more of the interior of the line, just because I think it's paramount that they get that group right, John. And I saw Mahogany moving dudes on their second touchdown. Graham Glasgow, they get that pass down to the 1, does a great job as a center, blocking a couple guys, passing dudes off with stunts on the D-line. And him and Ratledge had the big push at the 1 yard line. It doesn't have to be a big push at the goal line, but they got a surge, which provided the oomph for David Montgomery. I really liked what I saw.
Yeah, your world changes on, second and goal from the 1, third and goal, fourth and goal from the 1. It's different than it is, hey, 4th and 1 on the 50-yard line. Your world changes. That's a completely different experience, and I like that they were better in that. Their pad level is good. And here's the biggest difference, I think, is you watch the game against Green Bay versus the game against Chicago. Those 2 guys are not on the ground as much. Now you're going to get on the ground at sometimes because you got to cut guys. You're pancaking guys. Sometimes you get knocked down your can. They're not on the ground as much in week 2 as they were in week 1. You can't block anybody when you're on the ground. And I thought that their balance in pass protection was better. They did a better job of passing off games. They were on the same level. I talked about the level of performance. But when you're talking about change and passing off games, if I'm a right guard and a right tackle, if I'm not on the same level, now all of a sudden that stresses Penei Sewell because he's got to stay with the guy instead of passing him off to that guard. You got to stay with him. That makes his life tougher. And I mentioned it last week. I didn't think he played up to the level of that Penei Sewell should play.
Right.
Part of that is you've got 2 guards, the one next to him, Ratledge, that's not performing or doing the things that will help him or that will help Graham. In this game, it was a much better level.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. 3 best moments. When Chicago had to come back on the field when they thought the half was over. When they showed Eminem and Barry on the Jumbotron together for the Aiden sack, and the crowd went crazy for all 3 of those moments, Martin in Shelby. Dan Campbell's Who's Your Daddy moment with Ben Johnson was the highlight, Chris in St. Clair Shores. How about these notes on the offense yesterday, John? It was the first time in franchise history the Lions produced a game with at least 500 yards of offense, 5 passing touchdowns, and 2 rushing touchdowns. And if you think that's a little too cute, let's just simplify it. They set a franchise record with 8.8 yards per play. A better day than any day Ben Johnson ran the offense.
Well, and you think about just the explosive plays that they had. Obviously, we know the 2 by Jamison Williams. Those were great. But to have a 54-yard average, he only caught 2 balls. Longest one was 64 yards. And then you've got long in receiving of a 34-yard catch by Amon-Ra St. Brown, a 29-yard catch by Tisla. Anytime you're in double digits, and you also have Brock Wright, Sam Laporta, Khalif Raymond, all with catches over 10 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs with that 42-yard run.
Yep.
David Montgomery had another 18-yard run. Explosive plays, 10-plus yards plays. Those were all there for this offense.
Let's get some of your thoughts on the phones. Chris in Ypsilanti, good morning on a Victory Monday.
Good morning, boys. Love Victory Monday. Real quick point. I called last week to say, look, the sky's not falling. I think the best part about yesterday's win is that you can't discount what the Lions did on offense today. Because the Bears defense, despite allowing 50 points, that defense is actually stacked. Jalen Johnson played yesterday. TJ Edwards played yesterday. They have Jaquan Brisker and Kevin Byard at the safety position. Montez Sweat and Osa Odingbo are dudes. And the Lions made it look easy against the same Bears defense that had J.J. McCarthy running for his life for 3/4 of that first Monday night game. I think the lazy point is to say that, it's just the Bears doesn't count. No. That's a good Bears defense. The Lions are really good on offense. Now, the other lazy point that I think people will say is that, Green Bay must be in another stratosphere. No. I called last week to say the Lions and the Packers are very evenly matched. The Packers caught the Lions on a day where their O-line had probably the worst day that they're going to have all year. And, John, I'm glad you've been making that point earlier. The O-line had a bad day last week. Thanksgiving will be different. I don't know if we'll win, but it'll be different. The Lions are legit. They're a top 3 team in the conference, and that vindication was the sweetest justice. That's it.
Well, to his point about the Bears' defense, they do have good players on defense. The Bears' defense has never been the question. It's always been about their offense. And let's go back to when Ben Johnson left and Aaron Glenn left. We all were claiming that we wanted Dennis Allen to be the DC here. Ben Johnson snapped him up before Dan had done anything with the defensive coordinator position. If he was here, people would have been cheering. They would not have been as much concern about the defense because he had been a defensive coordinator before. He had been a head coach, and in New Orleans, it wasn't, again, a question about the defense.
Right.
So to be able to do that to Dennis Allen more than Ben Johnson, that to me seems like, okay, that's a good performance by this offense.
I like Chris. I remember his call from a week ago. I think it's a little flimsy to go, if they shut down J.J. McCarthy, they must be a good defense. Because J.J. McCarthy played his second start last night, and it was dreadful.
Yeah.
I'm not taking anything away from the Lions win. I don't care who you play. Drop 50 points, drop them on the table like that, do everything you want. That was the statement that the Lions offense needed. He used the word vindication. You want to feel vindicated that you didn't need Ben Johnson, that your offense is going to be just fine without him. And they had the best day they've had with or without Ben Johnson in the Dan Campbell era. I got a couple ticket texts on the chance. We are going to mix in that conversation in the next hour here. 2 different points of view. First ticket text says, I was at that game with my 12-year-old son, and I think the foul chants against Ben Johnson were a bad look for the city. We have to have more class than that, John in Orchard Lake. Whereas Mike in Port Huron says, I know the coaches and players disagree, but that chant was great. If he had just gone to Chicago, fine, but he was smug and arrogant about it. Fair or foul, the F. Ben Johnson chants. We'll get to that in the next hour as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Lions were able to spoil Ben Johnson's return to Ford Field by beating their former offensive coordinator turned Bears head coach 52-21. Several standout performances, including 5 touchdowns passed by Jared Goff, 3 touchdowns scored by Amon-Ra St. Brown, and 511 total yards on offense. Several defensive stars also having good outings, one of them being Aiden Hutchinson, who tallied his first sack of the year. The Lions' Week 3 matchup will be 1 week from today on Monday Night Football when they play Baltimore. Michigan improved to 2-1 on the season over the weekend, while MSU remains a perfect 3-0. Michigan crushing Central Michigan 63-3, while MSU beat Youngstown State 41-24. Each team with a road game this weekend within the Big Ten. The 21st-ranked Wolverines facing Nebraska, while State plays the 25th-ranked USC. And finally, the Tigers have an off day today following yesterday's shutout win over Miami. The Tigers now have a magic number of 7 to clinch the division and remain 6.5 up on Cleveland. They begin a big series with the Guardians starting tomorrow at Comerica Park. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
With or without you, Greg Hargrave. The subtle notes on this show. You got to listen for the details. With or without Ben Johnson, that's a 50 burger. 8.8 yards per play, better than any game Ben Johnson was the OC. Lions made their statement. This is Dan Campbell's offense, and you saw it. It's a beautiful thing, John.
Greg, I'm glad we didn't have to point that out to him. He got that one on his own.
Thank you.
Very subtle.
Okay. We'll get to the conversation about Ben Johnson and the way he was greeted and treated by Detroit fans. We also have tickets to give away this hour to see comedian Nate Bargatze. He hosted the Emmys last night. I think he's funny. He's going to be at Little Caesars Arena on August 14th, so next August. And if you want to win tickets, here's how it's going to go. This hour, we're going to play at some point the Dan Miller shouting of Ben Johnson. When you hear that, call in. That's your cue to call, your chance to win a pair of tickets. Nate Bargatze, Little Caesars Arena, August 14th. It's courtesy of 313 Presents.
The trolling continues.
Well, Rieger had the ultimate trolling. We'll get to that audio too, but let's just start with the chants. Okay, F. Ben Johnson echoing out throughout Ford Field. Fair or foul for fans to do that?
I don't know. Was it echoing out? I heard on social media, or I saw on social media, that it was a small group of fans that was doing it. So I don't know if it was echoing through Ford Field. It was a part of what happened yesterday. Not a huge fan of it myself.
You're a classy individual.
Well, I know you like to boo kids, so I would assume that you're okay with this.
Absolutely. To me, this is through the lens of sports. It's not that serious. He's the enemy. You boo him. You chant towards him. You give him a hard time.
Sure.
You're in the lion's den. Welcome to sports. It's not that deep. I don't think it's like a personal F you and your family and everything you stand for. It's just trying to get under his skin a little bit. Welcome back to Detroit.
I get getting under his skin. I mean, there's a reason we don't actually say that word on air. Like it's just not appropriate. And so I kind of feel the same way. Not that you don't walk through, the concourses and don't hear language. Like you're going to hear it. You take your kids to a game, you're going to hear language like that.
So your objection is that it's an explicit word. So if they said frick Ben Johnson, that would be okay.
On. Yeah, no one's going to chant that. Come on, I'm not that.
Well, I'm just trying to get to where
ignorant.
Your moral line here is. Is it because it was a vulgarity? It was explicit.
Yeah,
it's okay to go after him.
I think that's what everyone. Yeah, it's not that you're going after Ben Johnson. I don't care. He's an adult. Boo him. That's fine. You're not booing his kids. You're not booing his wife sitting in the crowd.
You boo any member of Chicago when they're there.
Okay. That you do you.
Yeah.
All right. But it's no. I did have an issue with the language that was being used.
Did the chant bother you? Was it a quote bad look for the city, as one ticket texter put it, or hey, it's just all well and good. That's part of sports.
I'm not surprised.
No. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff was asked about it after the game. Here was his response. Do we have a snippet of the chant for people? Obviously bleeped.
Yeah. It's a small number of people.
Enough to get noticed,
Sure.
enough to get to the quarterback after the game, enough to discuss this morning, in addition to all the good stuff from the Lions win.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have joined in with them, but it's not surprising that it would happen.
No, and it's not surprising I'm okay with it.
Right.
Heather, you're kind of a moral compass on this.
I don't love it. I mean, I kind of agree with John. Like, yeah, it doesn't bother me, but I definitely would not be participating in it.
Yeah.
It's not something that I like.
We look over to the section next to us, and there's Heather
leading
the
you
chant.
imagine?
Oh my gosh, that would have been social media. You would have gone viral.
I would never. That's something I would never do. But
With Brooks and Emily in tow.
Oh my- yeah,
Yes,
right next to me.
Yeah,
Two little kids.
Your YouTube channel outfit on.
oh god,
She'd definitely make it on camera.
Yeah.
Some ticket text. Yes, it was foul, but it was also deserved. It wasn't all day. Message received.
Yeah.
The chants were immature and uncalled for from an unnamed texter. Texter says, if this dude brings back the double-digit disco, he's learned nothing and needs to be launched into the sun. Eric in Bloomfield.
I agree. I will launch you.
Highest ticket prices in the NFL. Fans can say whatever they want. Well,
It's always going to be part of
whatever they want.
Well, it's always going to be part of the argument.
Let's get to Charlie in Brighton. Charlie, good morning.
Yeah, I don't agree with Costa. I grew up Giants fan in upstate New York. I lived in Seattle and L.A. Let's have some class. You could get on Ben Johnson, just call him traitor or something, but leave out the F-bomb. Totally wrong on that, Costa. Very disappointed. We're looking to improve Detroit's image, not bring it down. I'll hang up.
I guess I don't view swearing as this, like, big deal. How many guys calling in swear in their real, regular life?
Yeah, but...
And at a sporting event, it's certainly not taboo.
Yeah,
I just
I'm not going to sit there and say that
this.
people do swear, but it's one of those, like, I'm not going to swear with my kids there, or if there is kids in the same section, I'm not going to stand up and say that.
No, but like you go to a PG-13 movie, they're going to say a couple potty words. Like the idea that you can't say it at the football game is ridiculous.
You're such a turd.
See, I would say this is a rated R chant, though.
Yeah.
If you're there, look,
Yeah,
this
you're
is
not
something
gonna hear
I
the
probably
F word
would have
at a
done in my early
PG-13.
20s.
Yeah.
Okay? It's something I'm not going to do when I'm older and more mature. I think I have no problem going after him. And there was good spice in that win yesterday and seeing him pout and mumble under his breath. But just, it can be a better chant. Why does it have to have that in it? Can it trade or something like that? Get the whole place doing that. I don't know. Is that as funny?
Well, you
I
would have
just
got
think
more
when you-
people involved if that was the chant. There's going to be less people, like, as you heard, that are doing it because more people don't want to say that out loud in that environment.
Benedict Johnson, something along those
No, but
lines.
hold on. When the Pistons had the issue with the refs, and people say F the refs, we're cool with that, right? Or is that not in?
No, I still wouldn't be.
Because I feel like a lot of fans were cool with that.
Look, this is.
Right?
I mean, I think the NFL is probably the place where you can get away with this more than any other sport. It's just a rowdier crowd going to an NFL game. I'd say next is probably hockey.
Yeah.
I've heard the BS chants many, many times.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we don't have to be prudes about it.
A lot of people just say the F words pushing it versus a lot of other.
I just think it's prude. I don't know.
Well, that's where society's gone.
Or,
I mean,
or you could just say classy.
You see people walking around with the word on shirts or on bumper stickers.
Right.
That used to not be the case.
Yeah, I'm not going to put a bumper sticker on my truck that says that. I'm not going to wear a shirt that says that.
What did St.
Jim
Brown
would.
shirt say? What did St. Brown shirt say last year with the Packers? What did it say? What did it say?
I don't know.
I think it was it Green Bay sucks, but wasn't there an F
There
word
was,
associated
on the back.
Yeah. What a classless POS. Why would he do that? No,
I
it's
thought
fine.
that was
It's
classless.
sports.
I did
a
think that was
turd.
sports.
Okay.
It's
Hey,
sports.
Dan Campbell says no turds here. We don't like turds. You're
John,
a turd.
No, John, you're being a prude. It's sports. It's all fair in love and war. It's not that serious. You don't have to get. I couldn't believe it. We're a classless city. Those fans are classless. No,
That's
they're
not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a classless city or that those fans are classless. I'm just saying I don't approve of it.
Okay. And I do.
Not a shock.
I'm Jim Acosta,
yeah.
and I approve this message. Jim Acosta.
We have a lot to discuss. The chants are certainly part of the discussion. Maybe it was your favorite part. Maybe it was any of the other wonderful things that happened on the football field itself. Maybe it was Jared Goff leaping into the stands, if we're calling that a leap. We'll get your thoughts, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, now's the time to do it. We got fall, winter right around the corner. You want to protect your biggest investment. They're still out there repairing roofs, replacing roofs. My friends at Rapid Roofing are running a special Labor Day promotion. Choose $2,000 off a brand new roof or take advantage of 0% financing until 2030 with approved credit. Rapid Roofing installs top quality materials. Only top quality materials, backed by the best warranties in the business, and most jobs are completed in just one day. Call 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or go to rapidroofing.com for your free inspection today. Offer valid until September 30th. Not applicable with any other promotions. Other restrictions may apply. See website for more details.
I'm Jim Costa, and I approve this message. What about you guys? Classless. You got an issue with it? Fair or foul, the F. Ben Johnson chants yesterday at Ford Field. Some ticket text. We'll get the phone calls. And yeah, of course, you can call in at any point. We've been talking about the win. The win was awesome. The win was needed. The win was chicken noodle soup for the football soul, as you put it, John. And there's no shortage of things to love. I think Dan Campbell establishing this is my offense was my favorite. On the chant, the F. Ben Johnson chant was lowbrow. It wasn't clever or funny, and it's unnecessarily offensive. It makes Detroit look unimaginative and dumb. I won't tell you that's the most creative chant in the world. I just don't think it's a big deal. Like, we're going to play Dan Campbell audio from the Lions locker room later, and they're going to drop a whole bunch of F-bombs. Let's not be prudes about this.
Yeah, but they're also, okay, he knows that we play the audio, right? That it's going to be played everywhere. So that's part of the context. It's also, he's in the locker room talking to his team. They're all grown adults in there. I use a different language when I am with my buddies, whether we're going somewhere in the truck, we're at fish camp, I might be in the locker room. I use different language than I would in a lot of other situations, especially if my kids are there, other kids are there. And I'm not saying they're not going to hear those words. They hear them everywhere.
Right.
They just don't have to hear them out of my mouth.
And I respect that you don't, or that you don't want to do this. And I'm not saying that I would have led the chant. I just don't want to, demonize.
Oh, you sure would have joined in. Where's that section? I got to go over there.
I'm not going to demonize Detroiters for it. 248-539-9797.
None of us are all bent out of shape about it. It's just, you can probably do better.
Yeah.
Fine. That's kind of what my rationale is on this. I would turn it to you and say, You think it's okay to use the word anytime all day. Why can't we say it on the air? Would you want to hear it just everywhere?
I wish the FCC didn't have that rule. We could talk more openly and freely. I wouldn't use it every other word, but come on.
I would never say that on air. Even if they said, yep, it's now acceptable.
We can swear on our podcast and on the football show, and we do, and it's not every other word, but it's part of your conversation.
So names you would definitely have used it on in the past. Maeda? Bregman?
When he didn't pick us? How many drops you want me to play today?
I don't think we have a Chapman one.
We don't. Ticket texter. I'm Jim effing Costa, and I approve this effing message. Chris and Howell.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with society. People like Jim thinking this is okay. It's wild. Ben Johnson's paid millions. Wah. Grow up. Free speech. This is America. And then Ryan in a car says...
It's really not about Ben Johnson.
Well, I think the chants are directed at Ben Johnson.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it actually is about Ben Johnson.
You're correct. No, I think it's about the environment that you're in.
What about the F.U. Brunson chants? I'm saying, this is what we do. It's part of sports. It's not that deep or that serious. Anyway, we got calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Joe in Metamora, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good morning.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is classless and disgusting. Hell, I drop F-bombs every day, but there's kids there. Really, I know football's a different crowd, but I went to a game. I've only been to one game at Ford Field, but and it was a long time ago, 15 years maybe. They played San Francisco, and Alex Smith was the quarterback. But pre-game, piped in the stadium. They were playing some rap music, and there was F-bombs in that rap song repeatedly. And I'm like, really? I'm looking around, seeing kids everywhere. In the same year, I'd been to Comerica Park to a ball game, and it was just such a pleasant family environment. And I know it's a different mentality, but I just found it disgusting. And it's almost as if the Lions or the NFL or whoever's responsible for what is piped into the stadium was encouraging it, But, yeah, all in all, I think it's uncalled for, and think about the kids around those people chanting that,
Yeah.
Did we just really get kids in their rap music on the phones today?
Yeah.
Okay.
The darn rap music.
I'm going to go to Dean in Milford, but I want you to guess which side of this Dean's on. Dean will hover over the dump button. You've been good. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
No need to hover over the dump button. I wouldn't want to offend John. Are you serious right now? Wasn't it just last year that everyone got excited for Amon-Ra giving the finger to the other team and put it on T-shirts? The hypocrisy is through the roof.
Oh, no, Dean, hold on. When that happened, all right, when he puts Green Bay sucks on the front, okay, I can accept that. But the message on the back, that's one that I at that time I didn't. So don't call me a hypocrite on this. I was not approving of that.
Not to give the finger in the middle of the field?
What?
Did you call Amon-Ra and tell him not to give off the finger in the middle of the field? Because every kid in the stadium got to see the middle finger.
It was Brian Branch, but I understand your point.
Yeah.
Brian Branch, sorry, my fault. I said that wrong. Yeah.
Again, not something that I would do or that I would condone.
Okay, here's the way that I look at it. If you're offended by words, then you're literally what is wrong with society, period. They're words. Get over it. Listen, till my kids were 10, I said hell, damn, and piss in front of them. And then by the time they were 10 years old, we did a cross-country trip, and I'm sorry. You better believe they learned some new words on that, because have you ever driven across this country in a car? Yeah, listen, it's words. I'd rather kids learn how to use words, where to use the words, and who to use them in front of and not use them in front of. Like, it's sports, man. Like, everyone is doing it in sports, in every single sport. And if you're offended by the words that come with the sports, then I don't know what to tell you. And I'm really pissed off at you, John, because you're making me take Costa's side. Mr. Catio over there isn't offended by words, and you're making me take his side.
Well, I could tell you this much. It's to each their own. They don't offend me. I'm just not going to choose to use them in front of my 10-year-old daughter or son or 3-year-old Teddy, who repeats everything that we say.
John, if it makes you feel better, I do have to reflect a little bit whenever Dean calls and agrees with me.
Yeah.
That is like a moment of personal reflection. Am I on the right side of this? Let's get back to the phones. Keith.
Are you red now?
Me? Am I red now?
No. Yes. That was a political. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I think Dean is.
You think? Keith in Dearborn Heights, good morning.
Keith, good morning. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Good.
Good. Hey, listen, we don't have to do the F. Ben Johnson to get under his skin anymore. We just got to sick Rieger on him.
Yeah.
That interview yesterday was amazing afterwards. I mean, that was literally the best thing I had seen on the internet in weeks.
We have the audio, and we'll play it for people. But
you know that all game long, he was sitting there going, I'm not even going to go to the Dan Campbell press conference. I'm going to go ask these two questions to Ben Johnson. You know he was stewing on that all day.
He didn't care. And listen, during crosstalk, make sure that you guys make an announcement that Rieger needs to be the champ of the weekend. I mean, that was the best thing I'd ever seen. So, shout out to Rieger. I know he's annoying as all get out. No need to say F. Ben Johnson. Who cares? Let the guy move on. He's the Nathan Shelley of the Detroit Lions.
Nailed it.
Ted Lasso shout out for you guys.
You nailed it.
Right.
And I'm making the note.
Day.
I'm making the note to pass on to the midday show.
Yeah.
Keith in Dearborn Heights.
First vote of the day.
Says Rieger champ. We have the audio. So Rieger likes to agitate his listeners. It's a little more fun when he's agitating opposing head coaches. The follow-up is outrageous where he's like, well, what do you want him to do? Rieger's like, he could have kicked a field goal. Yeah, he could have kicked a field goal. That's not what they do. I'm not demoralized.
How long do you think Rieger has? So it's not even like the opportunity presented itself, but I guarantee you he has been sitting there for probably the last 4 months going, if this happens, this is what I'm going to ask.
I
know he stayed up at nights dreaming of this scenario.
I know Rieger can get under some people's skin, but I love it. Some of the clashes he would have with Leland, he get kicked out of Jim Leland's office. I remember it was Johnny Peralta got suspended for performance-enhancing drugs. And Leland goes, all right, I'm not going to answer any questions about Peralta. First question, Jeff Rieger, Peralta. Get out of here! Over! It's done! Yeah, that clip's gone viral. Let's get back to the phones. Let's get to Ben in Lansing. Ben, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Disco Monday.
Oh, you.
Hey, I just wanted to... best part of the year. Best part of the year. Hey, just wanted to say the Lions leap zone was probably the height. As a larger gentleman myself, I definitely resonated with Jared Goff getting up there. Looked like the fat kid in the friend group getting over the fence when all the skinny kids hopped over for him.
He got like frozen. He was stuck.
Wait for me, guys.
Yeah. Lot style.
Oh.
Why did he just like lay there like he was limp?
Oh boy.
Hey, my favorite part. My in-laws
Sorry,
were
John.
over for the game, and they said, "What was the girl doing?" And I said, "That was the highlight of her year." Those kids were just happier than snot to be there with Jared Goff.
They sure were. And if you see those pictures that have been posted online, the boy that was there was just laughing hysterically, and the girl was just left with, what do I do? How can I help him? So I mentioned
That's definitely goals if I'm a girl dad.
Yes, I agree. Thanks, Ben. I mentioned if the team, were wanting to troll Jared Goff next time, they'd put a step stool there.
Oh man.
I think, okay, you're probably not going to have that because it'd be a tripping hazard, right?
Yeah.
And I thought maybe the Lions, they could make a little cutout there so that it would be easier for him to jump up. I think I've got it now.
Yeah.
I think you take one of the offensive linemen, who we're always the base of the pyramid, right? So you take one of the offensive linemen and they get on all fours, and then Jared Goff steps on Penei Sewell's back to be able to jump up. That's the answer.
Literally putting the quarterback on his back.
Yeah.
I'm looking down at calls we still need to get to today. We have someone who was in the section that started the F. Ben Johnson chant. We have lots of people who want to highlight big performances from the Lions yesterday. It's 97-1. All right, guys, tell you about Moran Chevrolet. And 1 second. Here we go.
Too busy chanting.
All right, let's get this right. September is truck month at Moran Chevrolet. Perfect time to elevate your tailgating game. You're making those plans on the weekends. Upgrade your truck with Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game days start in a 2026 Silverado 2LT Crew Cab 4x4, and you can lease one at Moran right now for $349 a month. That's 24-month lease, $999 down. Find your ride fast. That's MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Dan Miller on the call. A Victory Monday is here. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Dustin Fiocco on your updates. TJ Lang at 9:02 in studio for the final hour of the show. Look, there's no shortage of things to feel good about. A week ago, we did what was the worst of a bad day. Today, we do what was the best of a great day. A 50 burger on Ben Johnson. Dan Campbell stating emphatically, this is my offense. They were balanced. They were explosive. They started with some hard play action to set up the run, and then they ran for almost 200 yards. Jared Goff, the ball hardly hit the turf. He threw 5 touchdowns. Lot to like. Offensive line doing their thing. John, you've highlighted that. Defensively, both safeties getting involved with turnovers. 4th down stop. Jared Goff's leap, if we're calling it a leap. Them simulating stumble bum in the end zone to mock Ben Johnson. Like, there's a lot for you guys to single out, and we'll keep doing that. 248-539-9797. This F. Ben Johnson chant has also got people all riled up, too. Let's start with Tiffany in Canton. Tiffany, good morning.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Love the show.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I guess my word would be unfortunate, because who doesn't feel that way? I was saying even my mother probably felt that way, but it's unfortunate to say that, because at the end of the day, there was a show dedicated to, coordinators make less than head coaches. What a feather in our cap that we had 2 coordinators go on to be head coaches in the league. If that's your dream, your family, all of that. And he made things so much fun. He opened our eyes. So I think it would have gone further to say we love Ben Johnson because we beat him down, like little brother type stuff. And I went to state, so I don't mean it in that context, but he said we love Ben Johnson. Actions speak louder than words. And that may have gotten under his skin even more so, because, yes, we love you, but we're going to take it to you. We're not going to go easy on you for your own good. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Much more polite, classy phone call.
Or, and flip it around even more, he talked about Matt LaFleur, saying, I love playing Green Bay. We beat him twice a year. So, we love Ben Johnson.
I don't blame him for leaving.
No, I don't either. No,
it's
I don't.
It's never about that. It's a head coaching gig. Go chase the gig.
No, and I don't care he's in Chicago.
No.
It just means we get 2 wins a year.
And beat him twice.
Yeah.
There you go. Next up is Bill in Centerline. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, Bill.
Really bad look for the city. What that gal just said was good and to the point. The guy stayed with us last year when he could have left. There's a straight line for any coach that gets into the league, and that's to the best job he can get. And, kids aren't impervious to bad words and bad surroundings. They see it everywhere, but to chant stuff like that about a guy that helped us out like he did and got us where, top seed last year, and like I said, stayed with us when he could have left last year. It's a sour taste.
But I don't think it's that deep. He's a rival, right? Like, he's the enemy now. This is what you do.
He's a rival. Yeah, he's the enemy, but he's a rookie too. It's his first year.
No, it is, and I guess I think it's like skin deep. I don't think this is some cold-hearted, mean thing. I think this is what you expect when you play sports. You go into a hostile environment. They don't like you. They chant mean things at you, but it's all through the lens of sports. And a kid might hear a potty word, and you got to tell your kid, don't say the bad words. That's
right.
I know I'm the guy without kids, so I shouldn't say it, but John, like your kids are going to learn stuff. They're going to get into stuff. You're going to parent your kids. You're going to teach them right from wrong. And I have no doubt you'll do that. And all these parents out there can do that.
Right. And we all set examples for them. And that's not the example I'm going to set for my kids.
Noah, you were in the section. Did you start the chant?
So we have had season tickets, me and my dad, for about 3 years now. So we know probably 20 to 25 people in that section. So the people behind us said they wanted to start, the F. Ben Johnson chant. And so me and my dad were like, yeah, let's do it. We got all the people we know around us. And so we all started chanting it. We were kind of surprised it caught on. But, we loved it because, like you guys were saying, at the end of the day, they're a division rival, right? It's not like we're saying, oh, we hate Ben Johnson's guts. It's your division rival. This is sports. And if you're concerned about your kids hearing cuss words and, maybe a football game where a bunch of drunk guys who are going around fist fighting each other and cussing 24/7 may not be the spot.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that way.
TJ Lang, 902. Overreact gyms from the weekend coming up at 8:50. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, we have discussed this moment several times already on the show, but one of the best moments to come out of the Lions' victory on Sunday might just have been Jared Goff's attempt at the Lions leap. This was one of my favorite moments. I actually didn't see it happen when it happened because I was busy doing other things, but I've watched it several times since.
So you're getting ready for Christmas Day game, doing other things, not focused on the game.
Yep, John. Yeah, right. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, after Amon-Ra St. Brown jumped into the stands and made it look effortless, right? Like Jared Goff said, this looks fun. I'd like to try it too. And it didn't go so well. It went hilariously wrong, right? Like he ended up just like laying horizontally, like awkwardly, like just immobilized. It was quite interesting.
Yeah.
And after the fact, he did comment on his failed celebration. He described it as really bad.
That's because it was a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old.
These two small children were not going to be able to help you. The girl was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Their faces were great, made their days for sure. And I'm glad that he had fun with it too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. The team will have a lot more fun with it, I'm sure, today during meetings.
Hey, there's a Metro Detroit man who's accused of plotting to kidnap a 4-year-old from Canada after meeting the boy's mother online. So after this 46-year-old man began dating this single mother in Windsor, he began expressing interest in her son, right? He kept saying, I want to see him more. He wanted to adopt him. He wanted to change his name. And then when the woman restricted him from seeing her son, this is when he went on this whole plan to kidnap this boy. The man is, during the investigation, the man found he had a ransom note, a stun gun, zip ties, duct tape, NyQuil, all of this stuff in his possession. And authorities say the man had also attempted to strangle the woman at one point and had assaulted the boy. So he's facing charges in both countries for kidnapping and sexual assault. It's a horrific story, but thankfully he's been caught.
Yes.
Farmington Hills officer and 2 others were hospitalized following a crash involving a suspected drunk driver. So police were conducting a traffic stop. This was on eastbound M5 near Drake on Sunday, early in the morning, 1 a.m., when another driver slammed into the back of the parked patrol vehicle. And the impact caused that driver to kind of spin out and then was hit head on by another vehicle. The officer and 2 drivers were taken to the hospital, thankfully with minor injuries. They're all expected to be okay. The at-fault driver was arrested for drunk driving. Speaking of drunk driving, I saw another drunk driving arrest. Didn't take place here. This was in British Columbia. But this man was pulled over and charged for drunk driving, but he was pulled over driving one of those pink Barbie Jeeps, like the little kid Barbie Jeep.
Yes.
So this big man in this little car, if you want to call it a car, he was driving down a busy street. He just wanted to get a Slurpee, and he was busted. He said he didn't know he was breaking the law, and he'd never driven that car before, but thought, hey, he knew he was drunk and thought, this is a better option for me.
How fast can those even go?
You can walk faster.
Yeah, not fast at all. They go very, very slow.
So should he have even gotten
Well, he was.
Of course not, but he was
drunk.
intoxicated, so he
Yes.
thought, well, this will do.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
here's my
All right.
friend's
Well, I don't have to walk. I
child's
could-
car.
yeah.
I'll just take this. Yeah, I don't have to walk. I'm not really driving, even though he was on the street.
Yeah.
And the photos are great, right? You can see this big guy in the car, and then also there's one where the cop car is just kind of trailing him, going 0.5 miles per hour. It's great. Finally, it's not just happening at WNBA games. Sex toys are also being thrown onto the field during NFL games. Have you witnessed any of these?
I think it happened in Detroit.
Yeah.
Did it really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was green, right?
They're always green, apparently. At least the
I'll
ones
take
that are,
your word for
no,
it.
that are being thrown onto the field. I'm saying they're like, it's part of the same organization. I feel like everyone's throwing these bright fluorescent green sex toys, but it's happened at multiple NFL games.
Because I saw someone clarify, no, that's not a flag being
Yeah,
thrown late.
well, that's what happened at the Bengals Jaguars game.
They thought it was a flag.
The CBS thought it was a flag because they actually put like the down at the bottom of the broadcast.
They put a flag on the field.
Yes. Only for that to be, retracted, and they realized, oh, wait, not a flag.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Overreact Gyms. TJ Lang at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. If you're looking for a stylish SUV, you can lease a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning new Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
It's a Lions Victory Monday. Good morning. Congrats to Chris in Armada. He won our Nate Bargatze tickets. He'll be at Little Caesars Arena August 14th, 2026, courtesy of 313 Presents. For tickets and event info, Ticketmaster.com. He heard the Ben Johnson drop. A lot of talk about Ben Johnson this last week.
Yep.
Certainly didn't need him on Sunday. We got TJ Lang joining us for the 9 o'clock hour. TJ, happy Victory Monday.
Yes, sir. We needed that. I know that they needed that too, but yeah, just a reminder. It's like, okay, we're right, we're good, we're fine. Yeah, we're good. And you can kind of tell, before the game, maybe some nervous energy, right? People, because it's a new season, and what happened week one, it's like, okay, man, like they normally figure it out, but this is a new year, like we got to see it type of thing, and then the first play of the game, I mean, play action. Amon-Ra, like 30-yard get, and you're like, okay, feels like it's gonna be one of these days. So much needed, I would say. You never have a must win in week 2, I don't think, but I think just for the players and the confidence and the validation that you're doing things the right way and that you're still one of the best teams in the league, definitely showed it yesterday. So it was good to see, man. Dominant and all 3 phases, really. I think we talked a lot last week about this offense and defense. Special teams week 1 had a rough week too. I mean, just like field position felt like it was kind of a sneaky part of that game in Green Bay, always being backed up. And then yesterday, Jack Fox being able to flip the field a couple times that they had to punt, kickoff coverage going down, pinning them inside the 30, 25, whatever it was. Played a big part as well. So it was dominant in all 3 phases, in my opinion.
What were your thoughts? I don't know if you had a chance to go back and watch the film. I know both of us will at some point this week, but your initial reaction to how the offensive line played?
Much better. Yeah, much better. And even, sitting here last Monday, I mean, we were talking about it and the PFF grades come out and it's like, man, it doesn't look good. And coming out of the game, it was like, yeah, there was a lot of hits and pressures. And then, the more the stats come out and, you watch all 22. Last week in Green Bay, I mean, I didn't think the offensive line was terrible. Like, Jared Goff had the 3rd most time in the pocket of any quarterback in week 1. And you didn't feel like that while, live watching the game. The passing game to me in week 1 looked disjointed. I mean, there was many 10, 15 plays you're watching, and you're just like, man, the routes look like they're slowly developing, or there's guys in the same spot. And that, I don't care who you are, you're trying to protect for that long. It's just like, man. But certainly yesterday, the communication needed to clean up, right? I think in week 1 you're watching free runners and defensive tackles being unblocked and guys just coming right up the middle, and it's like, man, like that's not how you're supposed to play. Yesterday, I think there might have been one play where I watched, and it's like, okay, somebody did something wrong because the defensive end just had a free run right into the backfield. But that's a work in progress still with it when it comes to the chemistry that those guys are building, John. But pass protection to me looked great. I mean, Jared Goff looked comfortable the entire game, and a lot of those routes that he's hitting are long developing routes. Deep crossers and even like the deep post that he was throwing to J-Mo. You can't hit those plays unless you're protecting really well, and they did that and matched it with the run game too. I mean, that's what this offense is supposed to be: run the football effectively, get the play actions that match the runs. Week 1 didn't look like that. The play action didn't really match what they were trying to do in the run game, so it wasn't working as effectively. But yesterday was just kind of flip a coin, whatever it lands on. Okay, let's call this play, because everything was working so well. And you just had the guys that the urgency looked different too. Offensively and defensively, you can definitely tell when you're seeing 10, 11 hats get into the football every single play. It's like, man, okay, they're playing at a different speed. So everybody definitely upped their game, I would say, yesterday. And the young guys too, I mean, that are playing a lot. Tate and Tyleek on the defensive line. Looked like, I'm not going to say the game slowed down, but it looked like they kind of settled into like NFL football. Like, okay, this is what it really feels like, right? Because as a young player, I don't care about preseason or practices or joint practices. Like, you can't simulate, John, this, you can't simulate the game speed that you see in regular season NFL games. So it looks like for the young guys are starting to slowly improve as well. Mm-hmm. And Tesla, I mean, I can't imagine. Gotta imagine he's going to be getting more playing time. I mean,
use both hands.
Yeah, no kidding. And we joked about that with Coach after game, but I mean, incredible, that end of half and, getting that big chunk down the sideline. And
think about it, too.
Highlight 2 catches on his career and literally 2 of the best catches I've ever seen.
Wow,
it's unbelievable.
Think about it, too, because for a while there, they were letting Chicago hang in. Like, they didn't capitalize on some of the turnovers and the stop on downs. But to get the score right before the half to go up 2, to be at 14,
huge,
massive.
Looked deflating. I mean, because Chicago's like running off to the locker room, like let's kind of force them into calling it halftime, and like if we get off the field, maybe they'll just be like, okay, whatever, like go to half. But coming back on and then hitting the touchdown right there with a couple seconds left, that was it looked kind of demoralizing, and you could see just the Chicago sideline. I'm watching them. I'm watching the coaches just throw a fit and just trying to. It was a huge moment in that game because you're right. I mean, there was, I think, 3 straight possessions where there was the forced fumble, and then they stopped them on 4th down, and then they got the interception. They ended up getting 7 off of, I think, the interception, I want to say. But the other 2, it was like, man, like that felt like the early game, like knockout blow that you could have, delivered. But then right at the end of half, that touchdown was like, okay, that's what you need. Because even though Chicago gets the ball out of half, you're down 2 scores, that changes what you want to do offensively. Coaches are more likely to just kind of abandon the game plan and start throwing the ball. If you're down 7, if you're Chicago, you come out, it's like, man, we got a chance to go tie this up, like with how bad it's been. So that was a big momentum swing right there for sure.
On that interception, I was at home by that time watching the game on TV, so I didn't hear your guys' call, but it looked like Hutch was going to get his first sack. Yeah. And I actually was screaming at the TV. I'm like, how did you miss that? And then he throws the interception. I'm like, hey, nice job, buddy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think Dan Miller called, like, Hutch is going to take – he's, like, patented, like, wraps him up, takes him down, and then we're all watching like, wait, no, he didn't? Like,
I don't know how he got out of it, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, good to see him make an impact, and I listened a little bit Caleb Williams post game yesterday too, and I mean, just something off. Like, it was just like he didn't want to. It was like, I was hitting my guys, and like guys were asking him like, hey, how do you figure this out? And he's like, figure what out? Like, I didn't think I played bad, and it was just kind of awkward, like what you don't want to hear.
You
from,
lost by 31 points,
and it was, and some of the throws that he made, I mean, could have been 3-4 interceptions in that game.
Yeah.
Just throwing across his body and, lobbing balls up. And one of them got called back. Terrion Arnold, poor him. I mean, would have been his first career interception. And, it's that roughing the passer on Branch. But, different guy. I mean, but, good to see Hutch. I mean, pass rush still didn't feel like it was, like, dominant by any means.
And it's a little different when you get to play with a big lead in the second half
sure.
and just pin your ears back.
Yeah. And that's what the Packers did to us in week 1.
Yep.
I mean, it was just kind of, hey, let's get the lead on him, and then fourth quarter, man, let's just pin our ears back and go. But Hutch did get the sack. I mean, he had a couple pressures there, and glad to see he was okay. Did you see that play where he got kind of rolled up on awkward and – yeah, I think they all called it a legal chop block. I think both linemen just fell down. I don't think they intentionally did that, but
I know. But
it was good to see him pop up because that was like, oh no, this is like the worst thing that could happen is if somebody gets injured right now. Branch, I think they said maybe yesterday
cramp or something.
Bit. So, man, came out clean, came out healthy, and
that one that Hutch got rolled up on, and it was a penalty that was called.
Yeah.
There's moments like you never want to see those moments. You never want to be in those moments. But after I did my ankle, it was kind of one of those where you need to be in a pile. You need to have a moment where somebody does roll up on you and you come away healthy. You're like, oh, okay, I'm not going to be hurt every time this happens.
Yeah,
and,
I'm good.
I'm good.
I didn't need to see him play in that late in the fourth quarter, but we know defensive ends, it's like that's the time that you can go get some of those stats and sacks. And it's like, okay, I mean,
they're all jerks.
Yeah, he's playing pretty
jerks.
good. Like, Chicago flipped I think they benched their left tackle. And, Hutch was still like, no, you're not taking me out. Like, this is my chance to go get a couple more type thing. But it's good to see him get out healthy because it felt like the last year, right, when they put it on Dallas, and it was like a game that everybody was like, yes, like, we needed this. Then it was ultimate, just like pit in your gut because that was the day that Hutch got hurt.
Ruined the day.
So that was like yesterday was like the only, like, this is a great day. We're beating up on Ben Johnson. The fans are clearly letting him know what they feel about him.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys heard those chants.
We talked about it, yeah.
Like,
where did you stand on it, by the way?
Wasn't the whole stadium? I mean, it kind of seemed like it was just one section. And, I mean, I'm not the arbiter of, what you can and can't chant at games. Like, if you want to tell the guy what you feel about him, like, go for it. You know, I mean, if Ben went to, Jacksonville or something, they come back, you're probably not getting the same,
right?
Ovation.
Treatment.
But TJ, with a lot,
rival, I'm not going to tell you what to cheer or what not to cheer. It wasn't the whole stadium. You could definitely tell it was kind of like awkward, where it's like people are like, okay, like that might be a little too far, but there's loud enough for people to hear. Yeah.
Well, that's what we got today. We got phone calls from people saying it was classless, it's a bad look, and then you got other people saying, hey, man, let it fly, baby. It's sports, rivalry, it's banter.
Right, yeah. Mainly the guy that's sitting next to you versus the guy that's sitting over here.
John's a classy individual. You know where he
stands.
stands.
Oh, you thought it was classless?
Well, I didn't say it was classless. It was asked me, would I do it? And no, I wouldn't. It's just not a part of who I am. I'm not going to sit at a game and chant that to an opposing coach, player, team, whatever. I've never even done it against the Buckeyes.
Yeah,
I got special ways to spell that word, but I'm not going to do it in a public setting.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the most creative chant. We had ticket texters saying, who's your daddy would have been funny and not explicit. But I'm not going to demonize Detroiters who were getting after it a little bit at a football game. Like, that to me was all fair.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, I guess, like, if you're sitting there with, a bunch of kids, I mean, because we know, sporting events is
a lot of kids there.
Yeah, a lot of kids. I mean,
you teach your kids
if you're there with the kids, like, do you see, like, what are they saying? Like, what is it? Like, it's like, okay, like,
They're saying a bad word.
Hey,
they're going to hear it one way or another.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I didn't really feel any, certain way about it. It was like, okay, well, I'm not going to tell them to not feel that way.
But there was, and Jim, you pointed this out at the beginning of the game. There was a special birthday yesterday that was celebrated. I think we should let everybody know when we return.
Oh, my, I can't even believe I forgot this. I sent you guys the note. We'll hit that coming up next. And what we want to do is get your phone calls. And, TJ, your answer first on the best part of that game. Right, a week ago, we asked you, what was the worst part of Green Bay? And there was like 15,000 things to pick from. This is a complete 180. What was the best part of that Lions win? We'll take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, after a steamy summer, be ready for that first blast of winter cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price, so give them a call today because these spots fill up, and they're going to fill up quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, guys, tell you about Brightside Dental. I actually just went in for a cleaning the other day, and it's everything they advertise. It's painless. Brightside Dental, going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. So you get back into these fall routines, you want to make sure you're taking care of your teeth. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. I go to the one in Southfield, I see Dr. Adam. If your current dentist can't see you, they can get you in, oftentimes same-day appointments. $35 new patient special, covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa in the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Here's your interception call.
Did I hear a TJ Lang?
I gotta remember to mute my mic sometimes when I'm not on the call.
It's the same thing I do with Doug.
Yeah, but it's like, get him, and then oh no, and then oh. Ooh. Yeah, I hate when it's me. Like, I don't mind it when I hear other people do it because, like, you want the live, you want the
home broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, and the reaction.
I know, there's a couple times yesterday I was just, speaking a little bit too early, I would say. I normally turn my mic off while Dan does the call, and then come in after. But
I loved it. Look, it's a familiar sound, right? Dan Miller, these big hype calls. It's familiar. That feeling we finally got back after a lousy week one. It's familiar to see this offense just manhandle people. They had 8.8 yards per play. It's better than any game Ben Johnson was here for. And I think they made an emphatic statement like, we didn't need Ben. This is Dan Campbell's offense. We're going to get the train back on its tracks. Anybody panicking, calm down. A lot of work to be done, but we're not as bad as we looked in week one. TJ, after week one, we asked people, what was the worst from a lousy game? Mm-hmm. This week, we've been asking people, what was the best from a great game? And it may include winning on the Pope's birthday. A year ago, they beat Jerry Jones on his birthday. This year, noted Bears fan, the Pope. Watch the Lions come in and drop 50.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Celebrate your birthday, your Popeness.
I mean, I don't want to say any disparaging remarks towards the Pope. Hope he had a good birthday outside of those, about those 3 hours.
Good Catholic you are.
I'm not going to rub it in the Pope's face.
Yeah! That's right.
Happy birthday. Sorry about those 3 hours. Hope you enjoyed the other 21.
Yeah, but you can always go to confession later, right? I mean, that's the whole point of it.
Forgive us, Father.
Wow. Imagine the chant yesterday.
The fans
F the Pope.
Oh, God.
Now, see, you're the only one that went there. DJ. I know what you're doing at 10:02. Where's the nearest confessional?
Say a couple of Hail Marys there, bud. Best part.
What was the best?
Best part for me was seeing the explosive plays from the passing game. Because we heard about it all offseason, all training camp, how we want to stretch the field. Then you get into week one, and you're like, man, 30 pass attempts that Jared Goff had against Green Bay were 10 yards or less.
Yeah.
And you're like, what is this? Check downs, and, Jahmyr Gibbs had 10 catches for 30 yards. It's like, where's the explosive that we were, told was coming?
The breakout season for J-Mo.
Right.
Yeah.
And even though he had the only 2 catches yesterday, both of them, big plays.
Yep.
Amon-Ra, I mean, how multiple plays over the middle, 30 yards downfield, catching runs. Tesla, we mentioned that, explosive play. That's something that, will continue to help this offense. If you can stretch the field, if you get Tesla more snaps opposite of J-Mo, and you can really stretch both sidelines, you put a lot of stress on a secondary. And matched up with the protection, I think those were the best things for me. Offensively speaking, and defensively just kind of suffocating them in the third quarter, right, where you felt like, okay, you're going to get their best shot coming out of halftime. I think Chicago had 3 drives and like 22 yards in the third quarter. That really felt like, we've got our hands around their neck, now let's finish it. And watching them bounce back, of course, like we talked about earlier. I mean, Dan Campbell, it's been, 3 seasons since they've dropped back-to-back games.
Right.
Every year is a new team, so you're like, that doesn't automatically mean it's going to happen.
Doesn't carry over, and it could
year.
happen later this year. But
yeah, but to watch him get the guys ready. And
he challenged them.
Yeah. I mean, he said, we talked about it yesterday, he said, even, I don't want to say it felt like desperation mode, but when he said last week that, we're going to win this game, and then he said, we have to win this game. That kind of felt like, okay, like that's a message to the team. And to completely see the opposite of Chicago, like a team that didn't look to me like they had their coaches back. They know their head coach is coming back to a team he just left after 4 years, had a lot of success.
You think you're
going to be hostile. You think
yeah.
I was kind of expecting a different level of intensity and urgency from Chicago that I didn't see. That I was like, okay, like it might be in for a rough one.
Yeah, I think when you compare the two games, Green Bay and Chicago, and it's you mentioned the 3 seconds that Goff had to throw the ball, but there was nothing downfield, and you look at the explosive plays. There were 6 receivers with at least one catch of more than 10 yards. Like all of a sudden now that opens things up for the run game. But I think the biggest difference was that offensive line was really working together. They passed off a lot of games. And if you're not getting home with one-on-one matchups, what do you go to? You go to games. You go to TE stunts. You bring linebacker dogs. And it really felt like they were all on the same level to be able to pass those games off. Mm-hmm. And it just was good to see those young guys build a little confidence in a game like that where, okay, yes, I can, if there's an ET stunt, right? All of a sudden my eyes go outside. Now I pick it up from Penei Sewell. The wrapper goes around and Penei Sewell picks it up, which you expect him to do. But now all of a sudden, because it all started with better guard play, now there's some confidence that this line is growing and developing.
Yeah. And I was encouraged after watching the Packers game, to be honest with you, what I saw from Mahogany and Ratledge. Like, definitely the plays that we talked about, the misassignments or miscommunications hurt, but there was a lot in that game that you look at just physically speaking, and you're like, man, they got something with these guys. These guys are starting NFL linemen, right? Mm-hmm. And they're young players, and they're only going to continue to get better.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. I mean, John, I know you'll go back and watch like the end zone copy as I will, but you're right. I mean, it looked like a dominant game from that offensive line, and really the biggest thing about this team for the last couple of years has been this: they're going to go where the offensive line takes them, right? How this offense is designed and what they bring to the team and the tempo that they set, the tone that they set. And yesterday looked like a reminder that even though they have 3 new pieces on that interior, that it's still a group that can go out there and dominate. So it's good to see them get the confidence and remind themselves that okay, we're still dominant, right?
When you go on the road to Green Bay, that communication a lot of times going to have to be nonverbal. And I talked about that a lot last week. How do they fix that going to Baltimore? Where at home, right, it's, hey, we can communicate. I could talk to you. You can have a conversation if you wanted to. But going to Baltimore, you and I both know, like, if you're my guard, you could be screaming at me, and I'm not going to hear it.
Yeah.
So how do they fix the nonverbal communication? I don't know if there was any conversations that you've had with Dan or with Hank or with some of those guys where this is some of the issues we had with communication.
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing for me would be tempo.
Yeah.
It even happened a couple times yesterday where you're breaking the huddle at 7 seconds, you're getting to the line, and you're stressed, right? You don't have time to diagnose the defense. Hey, I was expecting an overfront. They gave us an under. We got to commit. Oh, the ball snapped because the play clock's at 1. Yeah. That happened a lot in the Green Bay game too, where you could just tell with the operation and the limited time that they had, it was like, we got to snap the ball now. You don't have time to look at the guy next to you, look at the guy to the left and say,
and make a communication.
Hey, let's do the ball snapped, and then you kind of freeze a little bit. So I think Chicago tried to do it, early in the game and just kind of going up tempo and getting to the line of scrimmage, making your calls up there, diagnosing the defense, because a lot of times that stresses the defense out as well. They're not going to make super complex calls if you have to get to the line of scrimmage right away, because you don't have enough time to communicate that to 10 other guys, right? If you're the linebacker trying to call the play. So I would think that would be part of my game plan this week is let's hit them with a little bit of tempo and try to make them vanilla on defense and just make simple calls up front. Give ourselves time to communicate that. So I think that would help out a lot.
Great point.
We got a buffet of options for you. You could love what you saw up front on the offensive line. You could love Jared Goff. I mean, that's a product of the offensive line. I mean, he was unbelievable. You could love that you stuck it to Ben Johnson. You could love the chance. You could love Jared Goff's attempted leap into the stands.
I think we prefer TJ's chant.
F the Pope. Look, you got 4 sacks. Both safeties got turnovers. You stuffed Caleb.
Rhetorical, John.
You stuffed Caleb on a couple 4th downs. There's a lot to choose from today, and we will get your phone calls coming up next right out of the gate. Your favorite part, the best part of that Lions bounce back. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. Well, that's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line and unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
I should have known. I should have known.
Happy birthday to the Pope. And
at least I was kind of laughing when I said it. So,
yeah, it wasn't.
Your laugh was better than the one that was in the crowd. That's an awful
That was
laugh.
like a witch cackle.
Oh yeah.
That was
like
that was like a laugh. Like we know we're not supposed to be doing this, but like the chants at the stadium. I didn't. That's the first time I heard.
Wow,
that
you
one,
pulled
too.
that one out quick. That was easy for you.
Second nature.
We've been preparing for
natural.
Halloween in the house a lot.
Oh, okay.
Seriously.
Sure. That sounded like your normal laugh.
Hey, let's get to the phones.
Way too accurate. You practiced that before.
Greg in Detroit, good morning. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show as always. You guys are incredible. Just want to make a couple comments. Have we not learned from doing Matthew Stafford that way? I'm still kind of salty about the fans for treating Matthew like that. Have we not learned from that? And then you could tell what age of fans these are. These are not baby boomer fans. These more like Generation Z fans or whatever. And I don't think they really fully understand the gravity of what they were saying. I mean, how do you not appreciate somebody who was 2 catches away from taking you to the Super Bowl? I mean, how do you not appreciate that we go from 0-16, and now we're living in the light of now we're on all the network shows and all the sports shows being talked about? How do you not take that level of growth, with a level of maturation, to show that, hey, I can handle winning? It's just kind of unfortunate. I don't like it at all.
Greg, I think you can appreciate what Ben Johnson did here, but the minute you go to a division rival, that's all off the table. You know? Yeah, like in my mind. And if Aaron Glenn comes back with the Jets, he's not getting that same.
He's a rival, not an enemy. He's a rival, not an enemy.
Splitting hairs there.
He's a rival.
And look, it's not that deep. It's sports.
Yeah, but I agree with you. If
But
Aaron Glenn comes back, he's not going to get the same treatment.
Makes it deep. That
word is used 17,000 times at NFL games, including by the coaches and players and fans.
Of celebrating somebody who did something for you, it's not in that context. It's out of context.
Hey, Greg, I could put it this way. What did Ben do? Because it's still Dan's offense. Dan delivered 2 division titles, and Dan is still going to run the same offense. So, and it's no disrespect to Ben Johnson. He took a promotion. He took a situation he found advantageous. It shouldn't be any deal bigger than what it is. He was the enemy that day. Lions fans wanted to send their message, kind of like they did when Stafford was here.
And Greg's one game closer to fulfilling his prophecy, 16-1.
He was 17-0 before the first week, TJ, and now he's down to 16-1.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, let's get to Charles in Farmington. Charles, good morning.
All right, good morning. Good morning. I'm just super impressed. Good morning to you guys. I love you. I'm just super impressed with the Lions, how they bounced back. I already knew that they was going to beat the Bears, but I was shocked by the 52-point performance. Not really, because I know we got the offense to do it, but just the way they bounced back after last week, after looking like they was probably gonna come out and still have some things that they struggle with, but they had the ball rolling against granted a Chicago team that looked like they got some work to do over there a little bit. They secondary defense, it was horrible on the passes, and it looked like they up front they fought, but it looked like I got to give credit to that front line. They really adjusted. I watched it carefully. And they made a lot of adjustments against a decent Bears rush. And also Jared Goff, as you all can see, get a man time. He's still one of the best in the league.
Oh, yeah, he was in rhythm. He was composed. Look, I know people will say they didn't have Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson was nicked up and got hurt in the game. To me, the key was Goff had all day. And that's going to be a recipe to burn even healthy, quality, good secondaries in this league. TJ, you seem fixated over there. Is there a comment that stands out?
I'm watching this play from the Steelers game yesterday where I don't get to watch a lot of it. I catch up on Monday, but yeah, just letting the kickoff go and then just watching it.
Oh, I know. Such a terrible.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. It still baffles me how many times you see just silly plays at this level. But no, I agree with that last caller. That was a dose of medicine that we all needed. And what better way to get a bad taste out of your mouth than hang up 50 on a division opponent? And the defense in all 3 phases, playing complementary football, was a reminder that this is still the same team.
Exactly. Ticket text. F the Pope is a new Jansen drop. Did you say it clean? Could we pull that? That'd be great.
I don't think so.
Probably not. I don't think so. We got TJ.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah.
Did I? No, I don't think I did.
What did you say?
I hope you did.
Yeah, TJ's going to scour it.
What did I say? What's the chant again, John?
Yeah.
Best part of that Lions win, keeping Goff clean. That's Mark in Grand Rapids. Ticket texter says, can you guys get John's reaction to the Marlins starter on Saturday? Hilarious name. John, did you see who pitched against the Tigers on Saturday?
So I was in and out of the broadcast, and I was listening, and I know they mentioned it on air that they could have put together the all-name team.
Yeah, so the Marlins starting pitcher on Saturday was a gentleman by the name of Jansen Junk.
Jansen Junk. Oh, so it all depends on the middle name. Quite honestly.
Yeah, do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it could be Hugh.
Ultimate? Are you going to say that?
Yeah, that's the ultimate package. Yeah. Sure.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Lions fans returned to Eastern Market to tailgate on Sunday, and while the crowds may have been a little smaller, the vibe was still the same. So fans were met with more security. There was more traffic control, more rules, and less crowds. And of course, the changes all come after last year's tailgate shooting, which ultimately left 2 men dead. But everyone was saying that, yeah, the vibe was the same. There were more officers on patrol. The Detroit Police Department says that heightened security will be a new reality at the tailgates this season. There were 20 more officers at the tailgate on Sunday than there were last year. There's new regulations in place. Now there's required wristbands for individuals parking their car inside Eastern Market. That's meant to tighten control of the crowd entering the space. They do say that tailgating security is also expected to get stronger throughout the season. But ultimately, it sounds like it was a great time.
Well, it's good. You don't want to have a tragedy take away something that so many people really loved,
Right.
and now they can have more peace of mind when they go.
There was talks about that, wasn't there? Or
Yeah.
rumors that maybe the whole tailgate would be shut down. So, yes, good thing that people are still able to enjoy their traditions. The next time you head to Detroit Metro Airport, you could spend your time playing games. So there's these new gaming lounges. There's 2 of them in the McNamara Terminal where visitors can play Xbox, PlayStation, retro games, PC games while they wait for their flight.
TJ, are you a gamer?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you take advantage of this?
No, not at an airport, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to
unless
imagine
you're paying
it's-
for your kids.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are the rules going to be? You have
Well,
to pay to do it.
you sure do.
You can
So
only play
it's-
for 5 minutes at a time, or
It sounds like it's like half-hour increments, or
Okay.
or more if you buy the whole day pass. But it's $17.99 to play up to 30 minutes, $27.99 for an hour, and then $45.99 for a day pass. And there's going to be snacks and drinks there that you can purchase as well. So it
not
depends.
a bad idea.
I guess it sounds like it's been successful. The creators have done this in the past, and there's people who have spent a lot of time maybe during a layover, or you get there really early and you've got time to kill, that people will go and jump on a game, whether it's a game they've been previously playing or you want to just play, a ready-to-play game like Mario Kart or Fortnite or whatever it is. It's right there for you to do.
Jim, you won't have to miss out on any of your college football 25.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Play it right there while you wait. Hey, during the second quarter of the Lions' blowout win over the Bears, Kirby Joseph trolled Ben Johnson with a very familiar interception celebration. So Joseph and the entire defense sprinted to the nearest end zone, right? And they reenacted the famous, what's it called? Stumble bum.
Stumble bum.
Yeah. And it was the play that Ben Johnson called against the Bears last season. So it sounds like that there was no practice, no plan of this celebration. Did it on the fly. I guess Brian Branch didn't even realize what was happening. Like, he just took part in it until he saw what was going on. Pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they had some fun with that
At his
celebration for
expense.
sure. Yeah, without a doubt. Let's see. A few things will kill your appetite faster than finding something in your meal that doesn't belong, right? Like that stray hair, I don't know, a fingernail, a dead fly, right? Like, gross. Well, a woman in Florida ordered Taco Bell only to find something moving in her
Oh.
food. So it's a video now that has gone viral. She was eating like, I don't know, a chicken taco from Taco Bell, and she noticed hidden inside the lettuce and chicken and whatever else cheese was
There's a lot of, whatever else in there.
a worm.
Oh!
Like not like a regular like
Oh, not a nightcrawler?
not like an earthworm,
Right.
that you just see after it rains, but like, I don't know, this like super thin white worm.
Oh,
and
tapeworm.
and I don't know. Anyway, but she did post that Taco Bell
Weight loss
has
program.
a new flavor on the menu. We both already ate one taco before seeing this, traumatized. And then she later did a follow-up video and said that she has been diagnosed with pinworm.
Oh.
So I guess it was a pinworm.
Pinworm. Ugh.
I mean, Taco Bell already kind of goes through you quick.
Yeah, well.
It'd be an express route right
Exactly.
there.
It's Heather with the news. We'll wrap up with TJ. Some of your thoughts on the Lions. Get out of here next. 97.1.
Oh, hey, that's me. Hold on a second here. FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% profit boost token tonight on either game of your choosing. And I love the fact that we've got two games tonight. The first one, Bucks at Texans. The second one, Chargers at the Raiders. Here's an example of a same game, or of a parlay you could put together. Amika Igbuka, anytime touchdown. Lad McConkey, over receptions. Justin Herbert, over passing yards. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A lot of that. As the Lions put up 52 points in Ben Johnson's return to Detroit. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got TJ Lang in studio for the last hour on Mondays. Gov and Greg behind the glass. Get to Carson Anderson here in about 10 minutes. Let's get to the phones. Adam in Frankenmuth. Best part of that game. You're on 97.1.
Man, the best part of that game was when Jared Goff and Campbell had that embrace and they slapped high fives, and it was basically, we don't need you. We don't need you to be our OC. You know, at the end of the day, Ben, ate some crow. It was a great game, man. It really was to watch it. I'm a little nervous now with Davenport going down. I thought our offensive line was amazing. It was good to see them back working together. Not a big fan of Decker always, but he played well. Man, they look good. They really did. That was a win they must had to have. And you take a look at that whole entire game and the way we just played with an attitude. And I wonder if we overlooked Green Bay. And I know that sounds silly, but I wonder if we were looking towards this game a little bit when we laid that egg against Green Bay.
I don't think they were looking forward.
Green Bay was the bigger game.
Yeah. I mean, Green Bay at Green Bay to start the season. It's the first game. I don't think there was any chance that they were overlooking that. Now they didn't play their best, and it felt like there wasn't as much energy as they had yesterday. But I don't think they were looking over them to try and get to Chicago.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do. I agree with that. Just want to tell you too, John. I love the Michigan broadcast, man. Batman's in the house. I'm glad to see him. Open some things up a little bit. So. Yeah, excited about the Lions, kind of nervous a little bit. Hutch looked a little banged up. He really, really did. He looked like he was laboring a little bit. I mean, that cut block was kind of nasty. But he just kind of see him. I'm glad he got that sack, to see his emotion. That was something that he, worked so hard for to get back. And to get that first one, I think will, propel him forward. But he kind of looked laboring, a little nervous about the defense a little bit, man. A lot of injuries. Branch looked like he got banged up a little bit. But I think the Lions, man, I'm going to tell you, I didn't expect that 52 burger. I really didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we were all hoping for it, but I think a lot of, the week one Green Bay and talk about the offense and then Ben Johnson coming back, it's like, man, I think a lot of people were talking about it. Like, are you going to miss Ben Johnson, right? Like, was he the reason why this team had so much success? And after week one, it was like, hard to argue, right? Like, okay, they clearly look a little bit disjointed. And then what you see yesterday, like, I was happy for John Morton. I mean, he was kind of taking a lot of maybe indirect shots throughout the week last week of what that offense was. And then yesterday to see, like, okay, like, yeah, we're still good. Like, it wasn't because of one guy, And like I was saying, even going into week one, it's like, yeah, you lost both coordinators, but they didn't take the players with him.
Right.
Like, the players are still here. You still have elite players. You still have Pro Bowl guys, across the board.
Plenty of
a lot of different positions. And, I think sometimes people do overreact sometimes to the coaches. Coaches will be the first people to tell you, man, great players make great coaches, right? It's not at this level that it's often the other way around. So yesterday was like, okay, yes, like we hopefully, and just the same way we can't overreact to week one, can't overreact to week two. Like, it's still going to be a long season. I don't want to say, like, this is the expectation and the standard now. If they don't score 50 points and put up, 500 yards, then they're taking a step back. But yesterday was just good to see so much come together.
I like the fact that there's a little bit of pressure off John Morton. We saw a high-powered offense, explosive plays with him, and it just happened to be against Ben Johnson's team. Mm-hmm. But last week we did this, Costa came up with the 5 guys that were under the most pressure going into this game. And I kind of said what you said. To me, it was all about the players. And it was my number one with the pressure on him this past weekend would have been Jared Goff. It was Hutch. It was, the offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. Because, there's pressure on Dan Campbell. There's pressure on John Morton. But none of those guys are going to take snaps on Sundays.
Right.
I don't want to gloss over something that Adam said. Davenport's hurt.
He did go down in the game.
He came back.
Yeah, he came back and played.
He got hurt again.
He had a shoulder. I think he missed a play. Then he had the ankle. That to me looked more cautious because he was standing on the sideline still. And I think he did come back. He did come back in the game at some point late, I want to say.
Yeah.
So that to me the fact that he didn't go right up to the locker room.
Right,
or
yeah.
anything
The
like that,
antenna
that
goes
told
up
me,
because it's him
and he
his-
mentioned Brian Branch, too. And I'll tell you what, like a good sign, and I think they kind of mentioned cramps maybe with Brian Branch.
Yeah.
Anytime you're after the game, you go out of the game, you're hurt. If you're doing media availability after the game, that's usually a good sign. If you're hurt, you exit, like you don't know, they're not going to let you talk to the media because you want to keep everything in house when it comes to that. So that's a good sign that lets me know. Okay, like
he's going to be fine.
Kind of scary, but they wouldn't if it was serious. They wouldn't be letting him talk to the media or go up to the podium and have to answer questions about that.
Before we get to Carson Anderson, we had a caller today submit an early nominee. For his champ. They do champ and chump. Did you hear the exchange with Ben Johnson and Jeff Rieger after the game?
I did listen to Ben's press conference. I couldn't tell who was asking questions or not, though. At least the video that I saw. Which oh my God, which one did Rieger ask?
Okay, so
because Ben did get a little testy a couple times.
You probably know if you watch, but we'll play it for people. So Rieger gets under our skin sometimes. It's a lot more fun when he's getting under the skin of the opponents. Let's play it.
Wow. Yeah, I could have watched that press conference without hearing the questions and know exactly what questions Rieger
he was asking.
I love how he bounced back, though. What'd you want him to do? Kick field goal?
He's ready, man. He was quick with it.
Oh, he's been preparing for that since the day that he left. When the schedule came out, he knew this was week 2. He's been preparing for those questions.
And Rieger's not like a rookie at this. John, you interview coaches, you talk to players. Like I talk to coach. There's a way that you have to frame questions when things go bad to where it doesn't come off like you're challenging them or like disrespecting them. It doesn't even. Rieger doesn't even ask like, "Coach, is this demoralizing?" No, just, "Man, this is demoralizing." You left and you come back with this team and you look like that.
Well, yeah, because he's asking the opposing coach if he was.
Right there.
I don't think he would.
That's what he told me afterwards. He's
ask the same way to Dan Campbell. There'd be a little bit more
decorum.
Yeah, you could ask the same question, but in a different format.
But at the same time, Leland was the manager here in Detroit, and Rieger famously would just go right at Leland, and they'd have these, clashes.
I don't know if it was like. I mean, this was blatant disrespect to a visiting coach.
Yeah.
When I heard that I was walking out of the stadium or walking out of the press area, and he had told me he was talking to Woj about what he had asked, and I just started laughing. I'm like, "You are such an antagonist, man."
Yeah.
I mean, it's like totally uncalled for. He's like, he's the opposing coach. What's he gonna do? He's not gonna yell at me. I'm like, I think he probably wanted to. And then you watched it, and I watched the video. I'm like, I think he wanted to strangle you. But
well,
it is what it is. Like you come in. The situation was what the situation was, and they got their asses absolutely handed to them. The fans turned on them. It was actually pretty glorious.
That's awesome.
Pretty great.
It was beautiful Sunday afternoon.
It was.
What's the game plan today?
I mean, block and tackle. It's football.
All right.
Are you allowed to take early submissions for the?
Yes.
Does Rieger get a vote for the champ of the weekend?
Well,
or do they have to call into your show to get that done?
You can champ them, and Doug will make the notation. Doug, have you made a notation? He's making a notation.
All right.
Carson Anderson.
Rieger's got the early lead.
Leader in the clubhouse.
It's the first time he might win anything.
4 hours, long show next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
It sure looks like that new Ben Johnson smell has worn off in Chicago quickly.
Well, there's a smell.
Yeah. There's a lot of Ben Johnson hostility. Look, it's not going to happen overnight. And I made the comment last week when he said it's early, but mine was the Bears are still the Bears. Bears, God, they grab headlines in the offseason. And you know, I get it. They made some big moves each of the last 2 years. And still seem to be the same old Bears. And the Lions, well, apparently they don't suck.
Oh, no?
No, apparently they don't suck.
People just need to RELAX.
It's a hell of a performance yesterday, wasn't it?
That it was, Doug.
Yep.
Being at Ford Field for all of it was pretty great. I mean, it was, and the great thing. This is what I always say, which is great about the game when the Lions play really well, is that they didn't play the perfect game. There's plenty to work on, and I'm sure that the guys really like. This is what keeps them humble. Yeah, they scored 52 on Ben Johnson in that defense.
Are you saying it should have been more?
I mean, they missed a field goal. It was a 55-yarder, but they did miss a field goal. They had other drives that stalled out. They just didn't get it done. They shot themselves in the foot with a very questionable quarterback, roughing the quarterback call against Brian Branch. It was an interception. There would have been another possession.
Well, don't you know that when you're in midair, you're supposed to change the way you are flying through the air?
I thought it was so unfair, and that's exactly why. Because he literally had jumped up in the air.
Jumped up to block the pass,
and then when he comes down, he doesn't hammer him.
No,
he literally was like trying to avoid him. And Brian Branch afterwards is like, and I was waiting to hear what his explanation was, because I'm like, that would have been my explanation. And he's like, well, I was in midair. So what am I supposed? Because I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Because I tried not to come down.
It's clear, and we're being, but you're not supposed to land.
Right? Come on, Superman, keep flying.
Don't land.
That was unfortunate. But there are areas they have to, and certainly on defense, they've got a ways to go. I mean, they gave up it was really strange from the Bears. Like, they ran the ball reasonably effective. I'm not sure why they didn't keep that going to keep the Lions offense off the field.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bears with Caleb Williams, he really didn't take off and run. Lions kept them in the pocket. And if you had told me Rome Odunze caught 15 passes, I would have believed you. I couldn't believe it was only 7. It just felt like that guy was the one that was catching everything. But he didn't take off and run. And I think he targeted his tight ends a total of 3 times. I didn't understand it. I don't know if Ben Johnson just got in his own head, was trying to, outsmart everybody or whatever, but you didn't go to what your strengths were, and good. And the Lions defense made plays. They got him to turn the ball over 3 times in the game. They had a fourth down stop that was
two fourth down stops.
It was massive. And they got to the quarterback and eventually sacked him 4 times. It wasn't just Hutch who finally got his first sack. Finally, it's game 2.
I know,
right? And I didn't mean to say it like that, but he got his first sack and he celebrated and he was very appreciative. But Davenport had a sack, and Al-Qadim Muhammad had a sack, and Brian Branch had that sack. I mean, there was a lot to like on both sides of the ball, and yet still more stuff that you can work on both sides of the ball. The running game, I'd like to criticize, but they ran for 177 yards. Hard to criticize the running game.
What is there to criticize? Why do you want to criticize?
It's like they were kind of slogging along. Here's 2 yards, here's 3 yards, but then they burst. There's 15. Boom, there's 40. It was a really, really impressive effort from the Lions at home. And I think offensively, there is one giant and maybe obvious reason. We didn't bring up last week of why things were going to be better, but I think I have the one giant obvious reason why things are better offensively.
Which is?
Dan Campbell said communication.
Yeah.
Jared Goff says we got to communicate better. I got to take more leadership to that line of scrimmage. The big difference is this game was played at home. And when it's played at home, you know what the crowd doesn't do? Make noise while they're on offense. No, honestly. I know it's simple, but honestly, this is the biggest difference. And I don't know why we didn't bring this up. It was quiet as a church while this is going on. And you could almost hear them calling out the plays. That's the difference, is that they played in a hostile environment the first game of the year. It's loud. Guys are nervous. They're not sure what's going on. Second game, all right, let's button things down. Let's get a better, better set plans for going into this play. But better yet, it's going to be quiet so we can hear everything we need to do. You're going to take this guy. You're going to take that guy. I think it was that simple.
Yeah. And I mean, we did actually talk about it, but I
don't think we mentioned that.
Well, I did, but it's okay. The fact is, you're not going to be a finished product in week one when you're breaking in new component parts. Like the idea that they struggled in the first week with new coordinators. They struggled with some young players in the interior of the offensive line. It's not a stunner that they weren't a complete product and finished in week one, and it's okay. I guess what I really look at right now is, do you still think the Lions win this division? I mean, we're 2 games in. Green Bay looks phenomenal, but the Lions, we have a large sample size of the Lions being more like they were yesterday than in week one, right? Yesterday is how they looked last year, and quite frankly, the year before, for most of their performance and most of it. So if you built a case in the offseason and fully believed that the Lions were indeed the best team in the NFC North, 2 games in, is that shaken? Do you still believe that? Because Green Bay looks so good, but we got a lot of track record and a lot of examples and evidence that the Lions were indeed as good as they looked yesterday. And I'm fascinated by it. Like I think this division has the makings of being a fist fight right to the end between Detroit and Green Bay, and Minnesota maybe got a bit of a dose of reality yesterday, and look, Chicago's got work to do. So this could be just one of those, potentially one of these great races right to the end.
Yeah, I still think that Minnesota and Chicago are going to be very difficult at the end of the season because they're going to go through the growing pains.
Mm-hmm.
New quarterback on one side, new offensive coordinator, head coach on the other side. I think that they're going to be better. They are. I mean, Minnesota was mung yesterday. That was brutal. And the Bears got punched in the mouth. I think the play that happened at the end of the first half is like the key play of the game. Tesla makes that catch with 16 seconds to go, goes out of bounds. They line up, and then the clock is still running. I'm like, wait a minute, he went out of bounds, and then they reviewed it. They determined that he was tackled inbounds, which I'm still not sure how they would rule that, but they did. And they do the 10-second runoff. They have to literally bring the Bears back out onto the field, which was amazing to see that live. Like the Bears, like, what? What just happened? Oh, yeah. No, the Lions have another play. Not only, it's not like 1 second left, it's 6 seconds left. They could run 2 plays here from the 3-yard line if they were so inclined. And all it took was the 1. And they get the touchdown. So instead of going into it with the clock running out and being up 21-14 at halftime, they get the touchdown, and it's 28-14. And then they get 3 and out to start the second half. I mean, that was it. It was great.
Since we're pointing out the obvious this morning in the first segment, it's a lot quieter at home, easier to communicate. Only half their games are at home, though. And so Monday night at Baltimore is on the road at Monday night. And could we go back to what happened in Green Bay? Hopefully not, of course. But in fact, less than half their games are at home because they only have 8 home games this year. I think 9 are on the road.
Yeah. Well, and look, the fact is, there's got to be growth. You have to get better, or it is going to be a long season. And so I love these tests. I love that you can see the difference between week 1 at Green Bay and week 3 at Baltimore. Lions 6.5 underdog already for a game a week from today. It's an early season, huge AFC, NFC showdown. Can't wait for that. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, love to hear from you today. Certainly a different tenor and a different feel from a week ago. I want your thoughts here on Carson Anderson. And, oh, by the way, Mondays do mean champ and chump. Get your champ and chump of the weekend votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. Get after it, folks. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield.
Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're unbeatable. You start with employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. Get a Blazer EV all-wheel drive for just $199 a month with zero down. How about an Equinox EV, $199 a month with zero down? A 2026 Chevy Equinox gas for just $299 a month. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
That connection that looked so dialed in at the joint practices that we saw. Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo was everything that we hoped J-Mo could be as a deep threat. God, the first play of the second half when Goff was under a little bit of duress, but let J-Mo clear the wash on a crossing route and get open was such it's those kind of plays that Goff is so good at is knowing the ticking clock in his head and when to get rid of it and knowing that this guy's about to come open. And he's got all of these, he's got all this experience, and you can just see it pay off in real time, how it looks on the field. And I thought that was a great example of it. I'm about to get hit, but J-Mo's about to come open. Let me stay in this dirtying pocket for just another beat. And if I do, my guy's going to be wide open. And he was right. And just a great start. That was the 64-yard pass to J-Mo to open up the second half. And Amon-Ra, I mean, look, we just got to behold what we have here. We have an elite quarterback-receiver combination.
That is, you can say that's elite. Yep. I will agree with that statement. In fact, I will say that I don't know how it's possible, but I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is underrated. Nationally.
Really?
I think he is nationally. I think he's underrated. He really should be considered one of the top 2 or 3 receivers in the game. He runs the best routes. He's open all the time. He catches everything that's thrown to him. He makes people miss. He's tough as nails, likes to block. He is like the perfect combination receiver. The only thing that like the area you could see an improvement, and he can't do anything about it, is that he's not 6'3" or 6'4". Mm-hmm. I don't really care. He is so good. And we've seen it in practice, right? And we watch it in practice where Goff goes to him when he has to, and he's just always there. He's reliable as hell, and it happens in the game. It's like you get down the goal line. All right, where's Amon-Ra? You know, they can try to run it in. If they're not able to run it in, just throw to 14. He's open.
He's really, really good.
And Goff said something yesterday about it afterwards where he's like, yeah, I mean, he knows exactly what I'm thinking. I know what he's thinking. So, like, we get in that goal line situation, and I'm going to throw outside shoulder, and he knows that I'm going to throw outside shoulder. We don't talk about it ahead of time. It's just that we're in the same wavelength. He understands. Makes sense here. And, boom, 3 touchdowns.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump every Monday. We'll have our nominations coming up at 10:35. Let's get to your phone calls. D is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, D.
What's going on, DK Gator Kane?
Hey, D.
What's going on? Hey, before I get to my point, I want to give a big shout-out to that young fan in the end zone. Think about this, bro. You got a 225-pound athlete coming in your direction, falling off the wall, about to fall in your lap. 225 pounds now. And she may be, 40 pounds at most? But she stood and took the brunt of that and even was even worried about Jared's well-being. Because Jared would have fell at an angle where you never know. He could have twisted his back. Anything could happen. But that young fan, you got to give her much love, BK. She stood the test of time and took that fall. An athlete with pads on, bro.
There we go.
Show her some love.
All right.
I hope her dad have her call the show, bro, because, hey, our quarterback could have got hurt for the year.
And
thanks to her.
All right. Well, I didn't think about the idea that she was saving Jared Goff, but
if you look at the replay, look at the look of concern in her young face.
All right, D.
She knew.
I'll reevaluate.
Okay, she said, if Jared gets hurt and I don't help him and he gets hurt, this is probably going to be on me and the season is over. So she, like I said, she took one for the team. And I love that little girl. God bless her soul.
All right.
Bro, now let me get to my point.
All right.
What I really called for. Are you getting worried about Terrion Arnold? Oh, big win by the team. Big win. I love the big win. But are you guys getting worried about Terrion Arnold and his covering ability? Is he starting to look like Jeff Okuda? I'm serious.
Yeah. I'm going to give it some time here. Am I worried? I'm not wildly impressed, but I mean, here's the thing, and I'm trying to decide what's appropriate. There's some damn good receivers in this league, and it's a really, really difficult job. And there's a difference between being that elite guy that just locks up somebody no matter how good they are. And then the other part of it is minimizing the damage. And I'm not sure that he isn't going to be just a minimize the damage guy, but let's see. It's 2 games into his second year. Am I worried about Terrion Arnold? I'm not worried about Terrion Arnold, but maybe I'm not quite as convinced as I was that he is going to be really, really damn good. But I'm more into I guess I'm still in the something to monitor camp, because.
Hey, DK, I know you covering for my man, but
I'm not covering for anybody.
I don't mean covering, but you giving them a little slack. But
I am cutting
your second year, DK, you have to be able to locate the ball, and it seems like more and more his head is facing the receiver and not turning back to see where the ball is.
It's a tough job, and yeah, I think that's stuff that can be improved upon, and that's why I'm still open minded. Are you worried about Terrion Arnold? Worried, or you okay?
I'm not worried about him. No. I think most of the plays that he gives up, they're not like big gainers. Mm-hmm. He does give up quite a few plays, and a lot of times he's like one-on-one and he's being dragged across the field. And there might be some pick plays set up. I don't think he's played great. Let me say that. But I also don't think I think there's plenty of room for improvement. And he could have had 2 interceptions yesterday. One was called back because of the branch penalty. And another one, he almost made this great play on a tip pass and just didn't come up with it. And he was angry they didn't come up with it. But he's around the ball. I think he's going to be fine. But like you, I don't know if I don't think he's ever going to be elite. But can he be, a top 15 corner in this league? That I'm hopeful that that's the case. But right now he's not playing like it. But I'd give the guy some time. He's, played 1 year in the
King, I'm interested in your take on this. Are you worried about Terrion Arnold?
I'm not worried at all. Now, that doesn't mean I think he's going to be an all-pro or anything like that, but I think fans' expectations of cornerbacks are completely unrealistic. They want shut-down, prime Deion Sanders cornerback play at all times. Basically, they don't want anyone to be able to catch a ball on you, and that's just not realistic. And when cornerbacks are facing receivers, they're taught that. As soon as they lose track of the receiver, these guys are so fast, so athletic, they're gone. You'll never be able to catch them. Even when they're facing them, they can't stay with them, And Terrion Arnold, he's a physical corner. He's a good tackler. I think he's only going to get better. Of course, there's plenty of room for him to grow. But as far as the original question, am I worried about Terrion Arnold? No, I'm not worried, but I expect him to get better.
248-539-9797. Ned in Oxford, you're next. Hello, Ned.
Hey, Doug Gator.
What's up?
Good day to you. Hey, listen, I just want to, I got my champ and chump. I want to echo the last caller's sentiment. That little girl in the Lions leap I was dying at home. My son was like, what is she doing? And Goff is like rolling into her, and she's like, embracing him into the stands. That was awesome. So that little girl's my champ of the week.
All right.
My chump of the week is gonna be the Minnesota Vikings. I thought that they were going to be a much better team. I know it's early, and I thought that J.J. McCarthy was going to, after shadowing Sam Darnold last year, I thought he was going to be a much better quarterback. But after 2 weeks, I think this division is just going to come down to, Green Bay and Detroit, especially with Green Bay's defense being, I would call it elite. I think Minnesota's my chump, and J.J. McCarthy looked awful. He got sacked 8 times. Their O-line looked terrible. So they're my chump of the week.
Got it. Thank you for the phone call, Ned.
Aaron Jones got hurt too, so it hurts the running game, and but he didn't. J.J. McCarthy did not look good yesterday. That's not the performance you want to put on tape after you have the fourth quarter that you had last week, which was phenomenal, and then you just come out completely flat. That did not look good.
All right, we'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Get yours in. More of your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brian Branch, best player on the defense.
So good yesterday. And then what he said there, Brian Branch on the blitz. He is such a good blitzer. Such a good blitzer.
He's great. And he was coming on from the same side that Hutch was. So like, if you're going to double Hutch, okay, go ahead and do that, because then 32 is getting right to the quarterback.
And it feels like he's going to cost him $100 million.
And
I mean, it just is what it is. They've got good young players that they want to keep. And so they have a lot of money wrapped up in safeties. But they're signing guys early, which is saving a little bit of money. So,
Well, except for one guy.
Well, one guy.
Haven't got him yet.
Nope.
And wait, there may be another. Well, for the remainder of the season. I mean, if you see what happened yesterday in the National Football League, you're going to monitor his situation closely.
What are you talking
in a neighboring state? You see what? Joe Burrow is out for 3 months.
Yeah, okay.
And as we've talked about, if the Bengals.
Here's the thing. It just comes down to, and for people who don't know what Gator's talking about, the Bengals have a 1-year contract on great pass edge rusher in Trey Hendrickson. Hendrickson, they didn't really have a great negotiating period. He ended up signing a 1-year contract, so he's going to be a free agent.
They gave him more money.
Gave him more money, but he's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. So he becomes a trade candidate. In case the Bengals collapse, they might just say, F it, we'll move him and get some capital back. And the question becomes, do the Packers trade for him too?
Right. But keep an eye on that, because he's out Joe Burrow's out for 3 months, and it will this test the theory. Hey, can the backup quarterback get it done? Able to finish it off yesterday, right? But we'll see in the next 4 or 5 weeks. That could be a very interesting situation, and as the weeks go on, it's more important to wait a while, because then the price comes down, because more game checks are off the list.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to really collapse, because everybody thinks they're in it until it has to be so obvious that they're not going to be in it. They are 2-0.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. So if I think Browning is the quarterback.
Yeah.
Things can go south in a hurry now.
One hopes.
Yeah.
And also, guys, if you're a big believer in Brad Holmes won't make the big move or won't make the splash trade, then this is actually bad news, because if they do trade him, he could go to like the Eagles. You know what I mean? Or like the Niners. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gator, you're throwing up a little bit. But that's true, right? If you believe that Holmes isn't even interested.
If you believe that, yeah.
Oh, that's not. Then maybe you want the Bengals to make the playoffs.
And Davenport had a sack yesterday, but was in and out of the game a couple times.
What?
Yeah.
It was funny. He got hurt, and I'm like, oh, God, he's hurt. And then he came back, and I'm like, yeah. And then he got hurt again.
It seemed like after the game that he thinks he's going to be okay, and hopefully that's the case.
Are you sure you read it that way? I thought it was his reaction. I thought was weird.
Well, I saw him after he had talked to people. So.
Yeah, I did too. And
I didn't see him talk to people. By the time I got into the locker room, because I was in they have the main media room where they brought in Campbell, Goff, and Branch.
Yeah.
And then when that's done, then I get into the locker room, and at that point, everybody had already basically talked. Barnes was the only one who's still talking, and I saw in the corner that Davenport was still there.
What he said was like, we'll see. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Maybe he's messing around. I don't know. All right, let's get to our champ and chump.
We'll see means no in my house, Doug.
Yeah.
Well, my dad
Me
used
too,
to say,
when I'm with the kids. Yeah.
My dad used to say, we'll see. I had to see if the dimples would show up. If he would smile and dimples would come up, then we knew that
you could read
it was
Hugh.
good. Yeah.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Let's get to our champ and chump nominations. My champ is Amon-Ra St. Brown for obvious reasons. Outstanding performance, 3 touchdowns. Amon-Ra, you are the man. You are my champ of the weekend.
My champ's the Lions' offensive line. I mean, how maligned were they last week? Couldn't get things going. And then this week, a record-setting performance. They had over 500 yards in offense, 52 points. I think it was like 8 yards a play. Goff wasn't sacked. They ran for 177. They could do no wrong.
My chump, okay? And it wasn't funny. Not cool, man. My chump is Amon-Ra St. Brown. That celebration where you pretended you hurt yourself, not cool, man.
No,
not
you
cool
didn't
at
like
all.
that? My chump is Dondrea Tillman of the Denver Broncos. Who dat? Well, he's the guy that was called for leverage on a 60-yard field goal attempt at the end of regulation that ended up going wide right. So Denver thought they won until there was a flag on Tillman for leveraging. Instead, the Colts get another shot from 45 yards out, and they nail it to win the game as time expired.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Brian's in Ann Arbor next. Hello, Brian.
Hey, guys. I'm glad you're talking about St. Brown.
Yeah.
Because underrated.
All right, Brian, we got a bad cell here. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do this.
Can you hear me?
You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're talking about.
It's not going to work, Brian.
And
try us back. 248-539-9797. As far as Amon-Ra is concerned, yeah, he's a stud. Is he underrated? Is a fascinating question.
Because it's hard to be that good, and I think everybody knows you're good, but he doesn't. I don't think he gets the pub that Jamar Chase does, or Jefferson does, or even Tyreek Hill. I mean, people are looking at every other receiver and, oh, this guy's great. He's an elite. Amon-Ra St. Brown's the best of the bunch. The best of the bunch, and he doesn't complain. The other guys there's some diva qualities to some of these guys, not to Amon-Ra. That guy is all about the work. Puts in all the work, catching all the passes after every practice, and it pays off. There's a reason he does that. It's so that when the game comes around, he ain't dropping the football. But you have to get